Welcome, guardian of Gotham's shadows, to a journey through the darkest corners of the human soul, where ordinary people walked paths that would eventually lead them into the eternal dance with the Dark Knight. Tonight, we shall explore the tragic chronicles of those who became Batman's greatest enemies, not as they are remembered in their villainy, but as they once were children with dreams, adults with hopes, brilliant minds that chose the wrong fork in destiny's road. Close your eyes, protector of the innocent, and let these tales of fallen grace unfold like autumn leaves, carrying you into peaceful slumber as we trace the threads of humanity that still echo within Gotham's rogues. In the vast tapestry of human potential, few threads shine as brightly as those woven by minds blessed with extraordinary intelligence, yet none fall as far into darkness when their brilliance is corrupted by the shadows that dwell within every human heart. These are the stories of the brilliant minds who walked among us as saviors and visionaries, whose gifts promised to elevate humanity to heights previously unimagined, yet whose tragic flaws transformed them into some of the most dangerous adversaries that the Dark Knight would ever face. Their tales serve as haunting reminders that genius without wisdom is a double-edged sword, capable of cutting through the barriers that limit human achievement, while also severing the moral bonds that keep civilization from descending into chaos. Among these fallen luminaries, none embodies the tragedy of corrupted brilliance more completely than the boy who was born Alexander Joseph Luthor in the quiet farming community of Smallville, Kansas, a place where the endless golden fields seemed to stretch toward horizons that promised infinite possibility. In those early years of his existence, young Lex possessed a mind so sharp and curious that it seemed to hunger for knowledge with an almost supernatural intensity, devouring complex mathematical concepts while other children his age were still learning to tie their shoes, constructing elaborate mechanical devices from spare parts while his peers played with simple toys. The beauty that marked his childhood was not merely intellectual but physical as well, for he was blessed with striking red hair that caught the sunlight like spun copper and emerald eyes that seemed to hold depths of understanding far beyond his chronological years. His parents, Lionel and Lillian Luthor, had moved their industrial empire to Smallville to establish a fertilizer plant that would serve the agricultural heart of America, bringing with them the kind of wealth and sophistication that made them prominent figures in the small farming community. Yet it was their son who truly captured the attention and admiration of everyone who encountered him. In any other story, in any other place, Alexander Luthor might have become the greatest benefactor in human history, a scientist-philosopher whose contributions to knowledge and technology ushered in a golden age of human achievement and prosperity. His early inventions, created in the workshop that his indulgent parents had constructed for him in the basement of their palatial home, demonstrated an understanding of physical principles and engineering concepts that amazed even the professors at the local university, who were occasionally invited to examine his work. Yet it was in those same golden fields of Smallville that young Lex would encounter the paradox that would ultimately consume his brilliant mind and transform his gifts into instruments of destruction rather than creation. The arrival of Martha and Jonathan Kent's adopted son, a boy named Clark who seemed to possess abilities that defied every law of physics and biology that Lex had studied, presented him with a puzzle that his analytical mind could not resist attempting to solve, yet which would prove to be the seed of his eventual corruption. The friendship that bloomed between these two exceptional boys was initially marked by the natural ease of youth, unmarred by the competitive jealousies and social hierarchies that would later poison their every interaction. Clark's quiet strength and inexplicable capabilities provided a fascinating counterpoint to Lex's more obvious intellectual gifts. while Lex's technological resources and strategic thinking offered support for Clark's good intentions that the farm boy could never have achieved through pure physical power alone. In those halcyon days of their youth, they accomplished things together that neither could have achieved alone, solving problems that had seemed insurmountable to the adults around them, saving lives through the combination of Lex's brilliant planning and Clark's mysterious abilities. Their partnership seemed to represent the best of what human cooperation could accomplish, the marriage of intellect and power, guided by shared moral principles and genuine affection for each other. Yet beneath the surface of this seemingly perfect friendship, darker currents were already beginning to flow, fed by Lex's fundamental nature as a collector of secrets and a solver of puzzles who found power in knowing what others did not. Clark's obvious concealment of his true capabilities became an obsession that grew stronger with each passing day, a mystery that demanded solution despite the potential consequences of uncovering the truth. The first crack in their relationship appeared when Lex's scientific curiosity led him to conclusions that Clark could not openly acknowledge without revealing secrets that would endanger everyone he loved. Through careful observation and systematic experimentation, Lex deduced that his friend possessed abilities that defied every law of physics and biology he had studied, capabilities that suggested origins far more exotic than the simple farm upbringing that Clark claimed as his background. Rather than inspiring wonder or humility in the face of the unknown, these discoveries awakened something dark and primitive in the depths of Lex's brilliant mind. The realization that his closest friend was fundamentally different, fundamentally other, challenged everything he thought he knew about the universe and his place within it. If Clark was not human, then what did that make their friendship? If Clark's moral certainty came from some alien perspective rather than hard-won wisdom, then what value did it possess? If Clark's abilities were simply gifts of birth rather than achievements earned through effort and study, then what did that say about the worth of Lex's own accomplishments? The transformation from friend to enemy was neither sudden nor dramatic, but rather a gradual erosion of trust and admiration that occurred over months and years of increasingly strained interactions. Lex's attempts to force Clark to reveal his secrets became more elaborate and more dangerous, each failure feeding the frustration that was slowly transforming curiosity into resentment, scientific interest into personal animosity. The final break came with a betrayal that neither boy fully understood at the time, though its consequences would echo through all their future encounters like the tolling of a funeral bell. When Lionel Luthor discovered evidence of Clark's unusual abilities and sought to exploit them for corporate advantage, Clark was forced to choose between maintaining his secret identity and protecting the adoptive parents who had given him love and guidance throughout his formative years. In making that choice, Clark inadvertently destroyed something precious in Lex's developing psyche. By appearing to side with simple farmers against the brilliant Luthor family, Clark seemed to reject everything that Lex represented: intelligence, ambition, the drive to rise above one's circumstances through the application of will and intellect. To Lex, it appeared that Clark was choosing ignorance over knowledge, stagnation over progress, the comfortable lies of small-town America over the challenging truths that scientific advancement required. What Lex could not understand, what his analytical mind refused to accept, was that Clark's choice was not a rejection of intelligence or progress, but rather an affirmation of values that transcended mere intellectual achievement. Clark chose love over power, community over individual advancement, the protection of the innocent over the satisfaction of curiosity. These were choices that the young Luthor found incomprehensible, not because he lacked the intellectual capacity to understand them, but because his fundamental nature made it impossible for him to value them properly. As the years passed and both boys grew into men, following very different paths toward their respective destinies, the rift between them widened into a chasm that would never be bridged. Lex left Smallville to claim his inheritance as the head of a business empire, his brilliant mind turning from youthful experimentation to serious scientific research and corporate strategy. He threw himself into the work of building LexCorp into a technological powerhouse, creating innovations that advanced human knowledge and capability in dozens of fields, earning patents and scientific papers that acknowledged his contributions to the betterment of mankind. Yet for all his achievements, for all the recognition and success that his intellect had earned him, Lex found himself haunted by the memory of the farm boy who had somehow surpassed him without apparent effort or study. Every victory felt hollow when measured against the impossible standards set by someone who seemed to accomplish heroic deeds as naturally as breathing. Every accolade rang false when compared to the genuine gratitude and affection that Clark had inspired through simple acts of kindness and courage. In the quiet moments between board meetings and research projects, when the distractions of corporate empire building could not fill the growing emptiness in his soul, Lex would find his thoughts returning obsessively to the puzzles that Clark Kent had presented, the questions that remained unanswered despite years of investigation and analysis. The boy who had once been his closest friend had become a phantom that haunted every achievement, a reminder of limitations that genius alone could not overcome. While the heir to a corporate empire struggled with the demons of his own making in the corridors of power and influence, another brilliant mind was following a very different path toward darkness in the ivy-covered halls of academia, where the pursuit of knowledge was supposed to be tempered by wisdom and guided by ethical considerations that prevented the corruption of noble intentions. Dr. Jonathan Crane had been born into a world that seemed designed to nurture his fears rather than his potential, a childhood marked by the kind of systematic cruelty that transforms sensitive souls into either saints or monsters depending upon choices made in moments of crucial decision. His physical appearance, tall, gaunt, and awkward, made him a natural target for the kind of childhood bullying that leaves psychological scars lasting far beyond the physical pain of the moment. Yet within that scarecrow-thin frame burned an intellect of remarkable power and focus, a mind that found in the study of human psychology both an escape from his own torments and a means of understanding the forces that shaped human behavior. His academic achievements were nothing short of extraordinary, earning him recognition from professors who marveled at his ability to dissect the most complex theories of human motivation and fear response with the precision of a surgeon and the insight of a poet. The university where Dr. Crane eventually found employment as a professor of psychology should have been the perfect environment for his particular combination of intellectual gifts and personal obsessions. Here was a place where the study of fear could be pursued with academic rigor, where his insights into the darkest corners of human consciousness could be channeled toward the noble goal of helping others overcome the traumas and phobias that prevented them from living full and meaningful lives. In those early years of his academic career, before the corruption that would transform him from healer to tormentor, Dr. Crane was renowned among his students for the passion and insight he brought to his lectures on the psychology of fear. His personal experience with terror and intimidation gave him a unique understanding of how fear operated in the human mind, while his brilliant analytical abilities allowed him to articulate these insights in ways that helped others recognize and overcome their own psychological limitations. His research into fear response mechanisms and therapeutic interventions promised to revolutionize the treatment of anxiety disorders and trauma-related conditions, offering hope to millions of people whose lives had been constrained by irrational fears and phobic responses. The papers he published in academic journals were cited by researchers around the world, establishing him as one of the leading authorities in his field and earning him respect from colleagues who might otherwise have dismissed him based on his unusual appearance and antisocial tendencies. Yet beneath the surface of his professional success, darker currents were already beginning to flow, fed by the same childhood traumas that had initially motivated his academic pursuits. The bullying he had endured had left him with a deep resentment toward those who had power over others, combined with a fascination for the mechanisms by which such power was exercised and maintained. His study of fear was motivated not merely by scientific curiosity, but by a desire to understand and ultimately control the forces that had once made his own life a daily torment. The transformation from dedicated researcher to dangerous criminal began with what seemed like a minor incident in one of his advanced psychology classes, a moment when his enthusiasm for demonstrating the principles he taught led him to cross boundaries that should never have been violated. In his eagerness to illustrate the immediate and visceral nature of fear response, Dr. Crane made the fateful decision to fire a gun in his classroom, creating a moment of genuine terror that served as a perfect laboratory for observing fear in its rawest and most unfiltered form. The administrative response to this incident was swift and unforgiving. Despite Dr. Crane's attempts to explain that his actions had been motivated purely by pedagogical considerations and that no one had been in actual danger from his demonstration, the university's concern for liability and student safety took precedence over any consideration of his academic achievements or the value of his research, leading to his immediate termination and effective blacklisting from legitimate academic institutions. The isolation that followed his professional disgrace was perhaps more devastating to Dr. Crane than any childhood bullying had been, for it stripped him of the identity and purpose that had given meaning to his adult existence. The colleagues who had once sought his insights now avoided his company. The students who had hung on his every word were forbidden from attending his lectures, and the research that had promised to help millions was dismissed as the work of a dangerous eccentric whose judgment could not be trusted. In the darkness of his exile from legitimate academia, Dr. Crane's brilliance began to curdle into something far more sinister and dangerous. If society would not allow him to study fear through accepted methods, then he would pursue his research through whatever means proved necessary, regardless of ethical considerations or legal restrictions. If the university system had rejected his contributions to human knowledge, then perhaps it was time to find new laboratories and new test subjects who could not refuse to participate in his experiments. The transformation from Dr. Jonathan Crane, respected professor of psychology, into the Scarecrow, master of fear and terror, was completed in the moments when he first donned the burlap mask and tattered clothing that would become his trademark, creating a visual representation of the very fears that had shaped his own childhood, while providing him with the tools necessary to inflict similar terrors upon others. The brilliant mind that had once sought to heal the wounds left by fear had become dedicated to creating and exploiting such wounds for purposes that grew darker and more twisted with each passing day. While the former professor pursued his research through increasingly illegal and unethical means in the shadows of Gotham City, another brilliant mind was following a different path toward obsession and criminality in the puzzle-filled workshops where childhood curiosity had grown into something approaching madness. Edward Nashton had been born with the kind of insatiable curiosity that parents and teachers initially celebrate as a sign of intellectual giftedness, yet which can become a source of frustration and isolation when it exceeds the boundaries of normal social interaction. His constant questions about everything he encountered in his young world had initially charmed the adults around him, who saw in his eagerness to understand the mechanisms behind every phenomenon a promising sign of future academic achievement. Growing up in Waterbury, young Edward displayed the kind of intellectual precocity that marked him as special from his earliest years. Solving mathematical problems that challenged students several grades ahead of him, constructing elaborate mechanical devices from household materials, and demonstrating an almost supernatural ability to see patterns and connections that escaped the notice of his peers and even his teachers. Yet this same intellectual intensity that made him remarkable also made him difficult, for his need to understand extended beyond mere academic subjects to encompass every aspect of human behavior and social interaction that he observed. His constant questions about why people acted as they did, why certain rules existed, why some individuals seemed to receive privileges that others were denied, gradually exhausted the patience of adults who had initially encouraged his curiosity. The transformation from beloved prodigy to annoying pest occurred gradually, as Edward's questions became more persistent and more challenging, touching on topics that adults preferred not to examine too closely. His inability to accept simple explanations or traditional answers marked him as a troublemaker rather than a gifted student, leading to the kind of social isolation that can twist brilliant minds toward destructive purposes. The defining moment of Edward's childhood came during a brain teaser contest organized by one of his teachers, an event that promised to showcase his intellectual abilities while providing him with the recognition and validation that his hungry ego craved. The puzzle involved assembling a complex mechanical device within a specific time limit, a challenge that seemed perfectly suited to Edward's particular combination of analytical thinking and mechanical aptitude. The weeks of preparation that preceded the contest became an obsession for young Edward, who practiced solving and reassembling the puzzle until he could complete it in a record time of just 15 seconds, a feat that required not merely understanding the mechanical principles involved, but developing an almost intuitive sense of how the pieces fit together. The book of riddles and puzzles that he won as the first prize became more precious to him than any other possession, representing both validation of his intellectual superiority and a gateway to new challenges that could engage his restless mind. Yet, even this triumph was tainted by the negative attention it brought him from classmates who resented his success and found new reasons to exclude him from their social circles. The bullying that followed his victory was perhaps more painful than it might otherwise have been because it came at the moment when he should have been celebrating his achievement, transforming what should have been pure joy into a complex mixture of pride and resentment that would color all his future interactions with others. The years that followed saw Edward's brilliance gradually isolated from normal human connections, his intellectual achievements serving as barriers that separated him from the kind of relationships that might have provided emotional stability and moral guidance. His fascination with puzzles and riddles grew into an all-consuming obsession that crowded out other interests and concerns, creating a world where intellectual challenge was the only source of meaning and human connection, was viewed primarily as another puzzle to be solved. The transition from gifted student to working-class adult was perhaps the most devastating blow that Edward's ego had ever sustained, for it forced him to confront the reality that intellectual brilliance alone was not sufficient to guarantee success or happiness in a world that valued practical skills and social connections over pure analytical ability. The mundane jobs that he was forced to accept to support himself seemed like a kind of prison, trapping his extraordinary mind in circumstances that offered no outlet for his particular talents and no appreciation for his unique gifts. The hatred he felt for what he called his life in hell was not merely dissatisfaction with his economic circumstances, but a deeper rage against a world that had failed to recognize and reward his intellectual superiority. If legitimate society could not provide him with the challenges and recognition that his mind required, then perhaps it was time to seek satisfaction through less conventional means, to create his own games with stakes high enough to command the attention and respect that had been denied to his earlier achievements. The transformation from Edward Nashton, frustrated working-class intellectual, to the Riddler, criminal mastermind whose elaborate puzzles would challenge even the world's greatest detective, was completed in the moment when he realized that simply committing crimes was insufficient to satisfy his psychological needs. The thefts and frauds that had initially provided him with financial resources and a sense of power over others quickly became boring and routine, lacking the intellectual stimulation that made life worth living. The decision to complicate his crimes with elaborate riddles and puzzles, to challenge law enforcement to solve his clues before he could complete his schemes, transformed simple criminal acts into complex intellectual duels that provided the kind of mental stimulation that Edward had craved since childhood. Each successfully solved riddle was both a victory over his opponents and a demonstration of his intellectual superiority, while each unsolved puzzle proved that his mind operated on a level that ordinary people could not hope to reach. The green costume and question mark motifs that became his trademark served not merely as disguises, but as symbols of the transformation that had occurred within his brilliant but twisted mind. The man who had once sought answers to satisfy his curiosity had become someone whose greatest pleasure came from posing questions that others could not answer, from creating mysteries that demonstrated his intellectual dominance over those who had once dismissed or ignored his gifts. The tragedy that connects these three fallen geniuses, Lex Luthor, Dr. Jonathan Crane, and Edward Nashton, lies not in any inherent evil within their characters, but in the waste of extraordinary potential that their transformations represent. Each possessed gifts that could have elevated human civilization, minds capable of solving problems that had plagued humanity for generations. Yet each allowed personal grievances and psychological wounds to corrupt their brilliance into instruments of destruction and chaos. In the annals of human tragedy, few stories resonate with such profound sorrow as those of the protectors who became destroyers, the guardians who transformed into the very threats they had once sworn to eliminate, the champions of justice whose faith in the system they served was shattered so completely that they turned their considerable skills and resources toward the darkness they had previously held at bay. These are the tales of those who wore badges and carried the trust of society, who stood as bulwarks against chaos and corruption, yet who discovered that the thin blue line between order and anarchy was far more fragile than they had ever imagined. Among these fallen guardians, none embodies the tragedy of corrupted idealism more completely than the man who was born Harvey Dent, destined to become both Gotham's greatest champion of justice and one of its most dangerous criminals. His story begins not in the gleaming halls of the district attorney's office where he would make his reputation, but in the troubled household of a working-class family where violence and unpredictability were daily realities that shaped his understanding of power and justice from his earliest years. The Dent household was ruled by the iron fist and unpredictable temperament of Harvey's father, a man whose struggles with alcoholism and his own inner demons manifested themselves in physical abuse that left lasting scars on both body and psyche of his young son. The beatings came without warning or apparent logic, sometimes triggered by minor infractions or perceived slights, other times emerging from the depths of drunken rage that needed no external justification to express itself through violence. Yet perhaps more psychologically damaging than the physical abuse itself was the twisted game that Harvey's father would play with his son, a cruel ritual that introduced the element of chance into what should have been predictable parental discipline. The double-headed coin that the elder Dent would flip before each potential punishment was rigged to ensure that mercy was never truly possible. that the hope offered by the toss was nothing more than another form of cruelty designed to maximize psychological impact rather than provide genuine opportunity for escape. The coin flip became a central metaphor in young Harvey's developing understanding of justice and fairness, representing both the arbitrary nature of suffering and the false hope that systems could be fair when they were controlled by those who had already predetermined the outcomes. The trauma of these experiences created deep fissures in his psychological development, planting the seeds of the dual personality that would eventually manifest itself in his criminal career as Two-Face. Despite the chaos and violence that defined his home environment, Harvey possessed an intellect sharp enough to recognize that education represented his only path toward escape from the cycle of abuse and poverty that had trapped his family for generations. His academic achievements were nothing short of remarkable, earning him scholarships and recognition that opened doors to opportunities his father had never imagined possible for a boy from their background. The law school years that followed represented a kind of rebirth for Harvey, a chance to reinvent himself as someone who could use intelligence and dedication to impose order upon the chaos that had defined his early existence. His study of legal principles and constitutional law provided him with a framework for understanding justice that transcended the arbitrary cruelties of his childhood, offering hope that systems could exist which protected the innocent and punished the guilty according to rational and consistent standards. His rise through the ranks of Gotham's legal establishment was meteoric, marked by a combination of brilliant legal reasoning and passionate advocacy that made him a formidable opponent in the courtroom and a natural leader among his colleagues. The cases he won were not merely professional victories but moral triumphs, demonstrations that the system could work when guided by individuals who possessed both the skill and the integrity necessary to pursue justice without compromise. The decision to seek the position of district attorney represented Harvey's ultimate commitment to the ideals that had sustained him through the darkest periods of his youth, a chance to use his considerable talents in service of creating the kind of just society that might prevent other children from enduring the traumas that had shaped his own development. His campaign for the office was fought on principles of reform and accountability, promising voters that he would root out the corruption that had allowed organized crime to flourish in Gotham's shadows. His partnership with Batman during his early years as district attorney seemed to represent the perfect marriage of legal and vigilante justice, combining the procedural safeguards of the court system with the direct action capabilities that conventional law enforcement often lacked. Together, they achieved victories against criminal enterprises that had seemed untouchable, dismantling networks of corruption that had operated with impunity for decades. Yet beneath the surface of these professional triumphs, Harvey's psychological wounds remained unhealed, manifesting themselves in patterns of behavior that revealed the continuing influence of his traumatic childhood experiences. His perfectionism and need for control reflected deep-seated fears about the arbitrary nature of justice, while his occasional displays of temper hinted at the rage that simmered beneath his carefully maintained professional facade. The corruption cases that formed the cornerstone of Harvey's prosecutorial career brought him into direct conflict with some of the most dangerous criminal organizations in Gotham, creating enemies who possessed both the resources and the ruthlessness necessary to strike back against those who threatened their operations. The threats against his life became routine, yet Harvey refused to allow fear to compromise his pursuit of justice, viewing such intimidation as validation that his efforts were having the desired impact. The moment that would forever alter the trajectory of Harvey Dent's life came during what should have been a routine court proceeding, a sentencing hearing for the crime boss Sal Maroni, who had been convicted on charges that Harvey had personally prosecuted. The district attorney's confidence in the security measures that protected the courthouse proved tragically misplaced, as Maroney had managed to conceal a vial of sulfuric acid that he threw directly into Harvey's face during a moment when the defendant was close enough to strike. The physical damage inflicted by the acid was immediate and horrific, burning away half of Harvey's face and leaving him with scars that would serve as permanent reminders of the moment when his faith in the system's ability to protect the innocent had been shattered. The psychological impact was even more devastating, triggering a complete breakdown that released the suppressed trauma and rage that had been building within him since childhood. The transformation from Harvey Dent, champion of justice, into Two-Face, criminal mastermind, was not merely the result of physical disfigurement, but represented the emergence of personality traits that had been developing in the shadows of his consciousness throughout his entire adult life. The coin that became his trademark was not a new obsession, but rather a return to the twisted game that had defined his relationship with his father, now elevated to a decision-making system that governed every aspect of his criminal career. The duality that gave Two-Face his name reflected more than simple split personality, but encompassed the fundamental conflict between Harvey's idealistic vision of justice and his growing understanding that the world operated according to principles of chaos and arbitrary cruelty. His criminal schemes were not motivated by simple greed or power hunger, but represented a twisted attempt to impose his own form of order upon a system that had revealed its inability to protect those who served it faithfully. The coin flips that determined his actions were simultaneously acts of surrender to randomness and attempts to control chaos, ways of making decisions that acknowledged the arbitrary nature of fate, while providing him with the psychological distance necessary to commit acts that his original moral framework would never have permitted. Each successful crime validated his new understanding of justice, while each capture or defeat was dismissed as merely another example of the random cruelty that governed all human existence. While Harvey Dent's transformation was triggered by a single moment of violence that shattered his faith in the system he had served, another protector was following a different path toward darkness, in the sterile laboratories where science promised solutions to problems that had plagued humanity since the beginning of recorded history. Dr. Victor Fries had been born into a world that seemed designed to teach him about isolation and emotional coldness. Growing up in a household where genuine warmth and affection were as rare as the tropical temperatures that his future research would render literally impossible to survive. His father's violence was different from Harvey Dent's experience, but no less damaging, creating psychological wounds that would influence every relationship he attempted to form throughout his adult life. The brilliance that marked Victor's academic career was focused with laser intensity upon the study of cryogenics and low-temperature physics, fields that offered both intellectual challenge and metaphorical resonance for someone whose emotional development had been stunted by childhood trauma. His doctoral research into the effects of extreme cold on biological systems promised applications that could revolutionize medicine, potentially allowing for the long-term preservation of organs and tissues that could save countless lives. The loneliness that had defined Victor's youth seemed destined to continue throughout his adult life, as his obsessive focus on his research and his difficulty with normal social interactions made him an unlikely candidate for the kind of romantic relationship that might have provided emotional healing and personal growth. His colleagues viewed him as brilliant but distant, someone whose contributions to scientific knowledge were undeniable, but whose personal warmth was as absent as the heat in his experimental chambers. The miracle that transformed Victor's existence came in the form of a woman named Nora, whose presence in his life brought the first genuine warmth he had experienced since childhood, melting the emotional ice that had protected him from further hurt, while also making him vulnerable to new forms of pain. Their courtship was marked by a tenderness and devotion that surprised everyone who knew the formerly reclusive scientist, revealing depths of emotion that his professional colleagues had never suspected existed. The marriage that followed represented more than simple romantic fulfillment, but served as Victor's introduction to the possibility that life could contain meaning beyond the pursuit of scientific knowledge, that human connection could provide satisfactions that no amount of professional achievement could duplicate. For the first time in his adult life, his research was motivated not merely by intellectual curiosity, but by the desire to create a better world for the woman who had given his existence purpose and direction. The diagnosis that would ultimately destroy Victor's happiness came without warning, delivered with the clinical detachment that medical professionals employ when discussing terminal conditions that offer no hope for cure or even meaningful treatment. Nora's rare disease was both progressive and fatal, promising a slow decline that would strip away everything that made her the vibrant and loving person who had brought light into Victor's previously dark existence. The desperation that consumed Victor following this devastating news was channeled into research that pushed the boundaries of both scientific ethics and technological possibility as he threw himself into the pursuit of treatments that might buy precious time or even effect a complete cure. His laboratory became a shrine to hope and determination, filled with experimental apparatus that represented humanity's ongoing war against the biological limitations that constrained life and happiness. The corporate partnership that Victor entered into with Ferris Boyle and his industrial empire seemed to offer the resources and support necessary to accelerate his research and achieve the breakthrough that might save Nora's Pames 4U's SIDS life. The promise of unlimited funding and state-of-the-art equipment was too tempting to refuse, even though the arrangement required Victor to share his research data and submit to oversight that compromised his independence as a scientist. The terrible irony of Victor's situation was that his greatest professional achievement came at the moment when personal considerations made such success meaningless, as his development of revolutionary cryogenic preservation techniques coincided with the progression of Nora's illness to the point where conventional medicine could offer nothing but palliative care. The decision to place her in cryogenic suspension represented both the ultimate expression of his love and a desperate gamble that future medical advances might provide the cure that contemporary science could not deliver. The theft that Victor committed in order to save his wife was motivated not by greed or criminal ambition, but by the recognition that corporate bureaucracy and profit considerations were preventing him from accessing the equipment necessary to preserve the only person who had ever brought meaning to his existence. The equipment he took was technology that his own research had made possible, yet which was being withheld from him by executives who viewed his personal tragedy as less important than their quarterly profit margins. The confrontation that followed Victor's unauthorized use of company equipment was orchestrated by Ferris Boyle as both punishment for insubordination and warning to other employees who might be tempted to put personal considerations ahead of corporate interests. The attack on Victor's laboratory was designed to intimidate rather than kill, yet the presence of volatile cryogenic materials and experimental apparatus made violence inherently unpredictable and potentially catastrophic. The accident that transformed Dr. Victor Fries from brilliant scientist into the criminal known as Mr. Freeze was the inevitable result of corporate greed intersecting with scientific hubris in an environment where human life was valued less than proprietary technology and trade secrets. The explosion that destroyed his laboratory and altered his physiology was not merely a workplace accident, but a form of industrial murder that claimed not only Victor's human form, but also his faith in the systems and institutions that were supposed to protect the innocent. The physiological changes that the accident wrought upon Victor's body were as profound as they were irreversible, altering his cellular metabolism to the point where he could survive only in sub-zero temperatures that would kill normal human beings within minutes. The cryosuit that became his trademark was not merely a costume but a life support system that allowed him to function in a world that had become literally uninhabitable for his transformed physiology. The weapons that Mr. Freeze employed in his criminal career were extensions of the same scientific principles that he had once hoped to use for humanitarian purposes, applications of cryogenic technology that could preserve life when used properly, but which became instruments of death when turned toward destructive ends. Each ice ray that he fired was both a demonstration of his scientific brilliance and a reminder of how that brilliance had been corrupted by the circumstances that had stolen everything he valued from his existence. The crimes that defined Mr. Freeze's career were motivated not by material gain, but by the desperate need to acquire the resources necessary to maintain Nora's preservation and continue the research that might eventually restore her to healthy life. Each theft was calculated to provide specific equipment or materials required for his ongoing work, while each confrontation with law enforcement was viewed as an obstacle to be overcome, rather than a moral choice between right and wrong. The tragedy that connects Harvey Dent and Victor Freeze transcends their individual circumstances to encompass broader questions about the nature of justice and the price of dedication to noble causes. Both men began their careers as protectors who genuinely believed that systems and institutions could be reformed to serve the greater good, yet both discovered that their faith was misplaced when they encountered forces more powerful and ruthless than their idealism had prepared them to face. In Harvey's case, the revelation that the legal system could not protect even those who served it most faithfully shattered his belief in the possibility of justice, transforming him into someone who viewed randomness and chaos as more honest than the pretense of fair procedure. His transformation into Two-Face represented not merely psychological breakdown but philosophical evolution, the adoption of a worldview that acknowledged the arbitrary nature of suffering while attempting to impose personal agency through the ritual of the coin toss. Victor's journey toward criminality followed a different path but reached similar conclusions about the failure of legitimate institutions to protect the innocent or reward virtue. His transformation into Mr. Freeze was both literal and metaphorical, representing the death of warm human emotion and its replacement with the cold calculation necessary to navigate a world where love was punished and dedication was exploited by those in positions of power. The weapons and methods that both men employed in their criminal careers reflected their professional backgrounds and personal traumas, yet also served as external manifestations of internal transformations that had fundamentally altered their relationship to society and moral obligation. Harvey's coin became a symbol of his surrender to randomness, while Victor's ice rays represented the emotional freezing that had allowed him to survive the loss of everything that had made life meaningful. The ultimate tragedy of these fallen protectors lies not in their criminal actions but in the waste of potential that their transformations represent. The recognition that men of such intelligence and dedication might have continued to serve as forces for good if the systems they trusted had proven worthy of their faith. Their stories serve as warnings about the fragility of idealism and the importance of protecting those who dedicate their lives to the service of others. Reminders that heroes are made through support and encouragement, rather than abandoned to face their darkest moments alone. In their fall from grace, we see reflected the eternal struggle between hope and despair, between faith in human institutions and the recognition that power too often corrupts even the most well-intentioned systems. Their continued existence as criminals serves as permanent testimony to society's failure to protect its protectors, living monuments to the truth that justice delayed is not merely justice denied, but justice perverted into its opposite. In the glittering salons and marble halls where wealth accumulated across generations creates its own form of royalty, there exist stories of particular darkness, tales of those born into privilege and power, who discovered that neither fortune nor social position could protect them from the fundamental cruelties of human nature, or shield them from the psychological wounds that transform potential benefactors into society's most dangerous enemies. These are the chronicles of the aristocrats of crime, individuals whose birthright should have made them pillars of their communities, yet whose personal tragedies and character flaws led them down paths that would forever alter the landscape of Gotham's underworld. Among these fallen nobles, none embodies the tragedy of inherited privilege corrupted by personal pain more completely than the man who was born Oswald Chesterfield Cobblepot, heir to one of Gotham's oldest and most distinguished families, yet cursed from birth with physical characteristics that would make him an object of ridicule rather than respect among the very social circles where his family name should have guaranteed acceptance and admiration. The Cobblepot mansion that overlooked Gotham Bay from its perch on the fashionable Bristol district represented centuries of accumulated wealth and social influence, its rooms filled with artifacts and treasures that spoke to the family's long history of success in business, politics, and society. The portrait gallery that lined the grand staircase displayed generation after generation of distinguished ancestors who had contributed to Gotham's development, while building the fortune that should have provided young Oswald with every advantage that money and position could secure. Yet from the moment of his birth, it was clear that Oswald would never fit the mold that had been established by his illustrious forebears, for nature had cursed him with physical characteristics that made him an object of pity and revulsion rather than pride and admiration. His elongated nose and awkward proportions created an appearance that invited comparison to the birds that filled the aviaries that were his one source of childhood comfort, while his stunted stature ensured that he would never command the physical presence that had marked the men of his family for generations. His mother's love provided the only refuge from a world that seemed designed to mock and torment him at every turn, creating a sanctuary of acceptance and affection within the walls of the family mansion that made the contrast with external cruelty all the more painful when he was forced to venture beyond her protective embrace. Miranda Cobblepot's devotion to her unusual son was both touching and tragic, representing genuine maternal love, while also preventing him from developing the psychological defenses that might have helped him cope with a hostile world. The rejection that Oswald faced from his father and brothers was perhaps more devastating than the mockery of strangers, for it came from those who should have loved him unconditionally, yet who found his appearance so disturbing that they could barely tolerate his presence at family gatherings. The dinner table conversations that should have prepared him for his future role in the family business instead became exercises in humiliation, as his relatives made their disappointment and embarrassment clear through subtle comments and meaningful glances that wounded more deeply than open insults. The private schools that the Cobblepot fortune could afford provided no escape from the cruelty that seemed to follow Oswald wherever he went, as his classmates possessed the same capacity for inventive torment that had marked children throughout history, combined with the creativity and resources that came from privileged backgrounds. The nickname Penguin that they bestowed upon him was more than simple mockery, but represented a systematic campaign of dehumanization that reduced him to nothing more than an amusing animal to be observed and ridiculed for entertainment. The physical torments that his classmates devised were carefully calculated to exploit his particular vulnerabilities and fears, such as the ritual of tying him to monkey bars where his awkward flailing would indeed resemble the desperate movements of a flightless bird. These episodes were designed not merely to cause physical discomfort, but to create lasting psychological trauma, embedding memories of helplessness and humiliation that would influence every decision he made throughout his adult life. The destruction of his aviaries represented perhaps the cruelest assault upon his developing psyche, as his tormentors understood instinctively that the birds represented more than simple pets, but served as his primary source of emotional connection and comfort. The sight of broken eggs and injured creatures served as a metaphor for his own vulnerability and helplessness, while the laughter of his classmates demonstrated their complete indifference to his suffering. The resentment that grew within young Oswald during these formative years was fed not merely by the immediate pain of each incident, but by the growing recognition that his wealth and social position provided no protection from cruelty, that his family name meant nothing when it was attached to someone whose appearance invited ridicule. The isolation that resulted from this treatment created a psychological environment where fantasies of revenge could flourish unchecked by normal social interactions or moral guidance from peers who might have provided alternative perspectives. The academic brilliance that Oswald displayed, despite his social difficulties, revealed a mind capable of remarkable analytical thinking and strategic planning. Yet these gifts were channeled increasingly toward the study of power, dynamics, and social manipulation, rather than the more traditional subjects that his expensive education was supposed to provide. His observations of how cruelty operated in his social environment taught him lessons about human nature that no textbook could have conveyed, while his experiences as a victim gave him insights into vulnerability and exploitation that would prove invaluable in his future criminal career. The deaths of his father and brothers in accidents that some whispered were more convenient than coincidental finally freed Oswald from the family members who had made his childhood a misery, yet also left him alone with wealth and social position that felt hollow without the possibility of using them to gain the acceptance that had been denied to him throughout his youth. The inheritance that made him one of Gotham's wealthiest young men could not purchase the respect and admiration that his damaged psyche craved, nor could it erase the memories of humiliation that had shaped his understanding of human relationships. The decision to establish the Iceberg Lounge represented Oswald's attempt to create a social environment where his wealth and intelligence could command the respect that his appearance had always denied him. Yet it also served as the perfect front for criminal activities that would allow him to exercise power over those who had once tormented him. The club's sophisticated atmosphere and exclusive clientele created an illusion of respectability that masked operations designed to extract revenge upon a society that had rejected him so completely. The transformation from Oswald Cobblepot, wealthy socialite, into the Penguin, criminal mastermind, was completed through the gradual recognition that legitimate society would never accept him regardless of his wealth or intelligence, and that criminal enterprise offered opportunities for power and respect that could not be gained through conventional means. His elaborate schemes were motivated not by simple greed, but by the desire to demonstrate his superiority over those who had dismissed him as nothing more than an object of ridicule and pity. The weaponry that became his trademark reflected both his obsession with the birds that had provided comfort in his youth and his sophisticated understanding of technology and strategy. As his trick umbrellas and mechanical penguins combined whimsical appearances with deadly capabilities that caught opponents off guard. Each successful crime served as validation of his intelligence and planning abilities, while proving that those who had underestimated him had made fatal errors in judgment. While the heir to the Cobblepot fortune pursued his elaborate schemes in the shadowy world of organized crime, another scion of Gotham's elite was following a different path toward darkness in the boardrooms and social clubs where old money families maintained their influence over the city's political and economic development. Roman Sionis had been born into circumstances that should have provided him with every advantage that inherited wealth could secure. Yet his childhood was marked by the same kind of emotional neglect and psychological cruelty that had shaped Oswald Cobblepot's development, though expressed through different methods that were no less damaging to a developing mind. The Sionis family fortune had been built upon foundations that were solid yet somehow tainted, creating wealth that carried with it obligations and expectations that proved too heavy for some family members to bear. The mansion where Roman spent his formative years was a monument to social ambition and carefully maintained appearances, its rooms arranged and decorated to impress visitors, rather than provide genuine comfort to the family members who lived within its walls. Every aspect of the household's operation was designed to project an image of success and respectability that would enhance the family's position in Gotham's competitive social hierarchy. Yet this obsession with external appearances came at the cost of authentic emotional connections between family members. The parents who raised Roman were products of their own privileged backgrounds, individuals who had never been required to develop genuine empathy or emotional intelligence, because their wealth had always provided alternative solutions to the problems that forced less fortunate people to develop such characteristics. Their love for their son was real, but was expressed through material provisions and social opportunities rather than the kind of emotional nurturing that creates psychological security and moral development. The social events that filled the Sionis family calendar were exercises in competitive display rather than genuine celebrations, gatherings where success was measured by the prominence of guest lists and the elegance of arrangements rather than the quality of human connections formed or maintained. Young Roman learned to navigate these events with the skill that his upbringing demanded. Yet he also absorbed lessons about the hollowness that lay beneath even the most impressive social facades. The relationship between the Sionis and Wayne families was particularly complex, representing both genuine friendship and subtle rivalry that reflected the broader dynamics of Gotham's elite social circles. The public displays of mutual respect and admiration that characterized their interactions masked private conversations where each family's achievements were carefully measured against those of their rivals, creating an atmosphere of perpetual competition that influenced every aspect of their children's development. The accident that occurred at Roman's birth was treated as a minor incident rather than the traumatic event that it represented, as the dropping of an infant was viewed primarily as an embarrassment to be minimized rather than a potential source of lasting psychological damage. The casual attitude that his parents displayed toward this incident reflected their broader approach to parenting, which prioritized maintaining social appearances over addressing the emotional needs of their child. The friendships that Roman was required to maintain with the children of other wealthy families were more business arrangements than genuine relationships, connections that were cultivated because they served the broader social and economic interests of the families involved, rather than because the children possessed natural compatibility or shared interests. The most significant of these relationships was with young Bruce Wayne, whose family represented the pinnacle of Gotham's social hierarchy, and whose friendship was therefore considered essential to Roman's future success. The private conversations that Roman overheard between his parents revealed the true nature of their attitudes toward the Wayne family, exposing the hatred and resentment that lurked beneath their public displays of friendship and respect. These revelations taught him that even the most apparently solid social relationships were often based on deception and mutual exploitation rather than genuine affection or shared values, lessons that would profoundly influence his understanding of human nature and social interaction. The masks that became central to Roman's criminal identity had their origins in these childhood experiences with deception and false appearances, representing both his rejection of the social facades that had defined his upbringing and his embrace of honesty about the ugly realities that lurked beneath civilized society's polished surface. The literal masks he would later wear were expressions of his belief that everyone wore metaphorical masks, and that acknowledging this reality was more honest than maintaining the pretense that people could be trusted to show their true faces. The fire that claimed Roman's parents was investigated as an accident rather than a deliberate act. Yet the convenient timing and Roman's immediate benefit from their deaths raised questions that were never officially pursued due to his family's social connections and political influence. The inheritance that followed this tragedy provided him with the resources necessary to pursue his own vision of success, yet it also removed the final constraints that might have prevented him from expressing the darker aspects of his personality. The mismanagement that led to the collapse of the family business was not merely the result of inexperience, but reflected Roman's fundamental disinterest in the legitimate enterprises that had created his wealth. As his attention was increasingly focused on opportunities that existed outside the boundaries of legal commerce, the sale of the family company to Wayne Enterprises represented more than simple business failure, but symbolized his complete rejection of the values and methods that had sustained his family for generations. The hatred that Roman felt toward Bruce Wayne was intensified by the personal nature of their childhood relationship and his knowledge that Bruce's success came not merely from inherited advantages, but from genuine effort and moral commitment that Roman found both admirable and infuriating. The recognition that his former friend had grown into someone genuinely worthy of respect while he had become something contemptible created psychological tensions that could only be resolved through the complete destruction of everything that Bruce represented. The criminal career that Roman embarked upon was motivated not by financial necessity, but by the desire to create an alternative form of success that operated according to rules that he could control and manipulate, rather than the social and moral standards that had always favored his rivals. The false-face society that he organized represented his vision of honest criminality, an organization where members acknowledged their true natures rather than hiding behind the respectable facades that characterized legitimate society. While Roman Sionis pursued his campaign of revenge against the social order that had produced him, another child of privilege was following an even darker path in the same social circles, driven by jealousies and resentments that had been festering since earliest childhood, yet had been carefully concealed beneath a facade of friendship and mutual affection. Thomas Elliot had been blessed with intelligence that rivaled Bruce Wayne's own considerable intellectual gifts, yet cursed with a character flaw that prevented him from finding satisfaction in his own achievements when they could be compared unfavorably to those of his childhood friend and rival. The competitive games that had marked their youth had revealed aspects of both boys' personalities that would profoundly influence their adult relationships. Yet, while Bruce had learned to value friendship over victory, Thomas had drawn very different lessons from their interactions. The strategy games that the two boys had played during their countless hours together had provided Thomas with opportunities to demonstrate his intellectual superiority and strategic thinking abilities. Yet, these victories had felt hollow when they were achieved against someone who seemed to approach competition with a casualness that suggested he was not fully invested in the outcomes. The recognition that Bruce could match his strategic abilities without seeming to care about winning created resentments that grew stronger with each passing year. The Elliot family fortune provided Thomas with every material advantage that money could secure, yet his parents' marriage was marked by the same kind of emotional dysfunction that had characterized Roman Sionis's upbringing, creating an environment where genuine affection was rare and authentic communication was discouraged in favor of maintaining appearances. The violence that occasionally erupted between his parents was quickly suppressed and hidden from public view, yet it created psychological scars that influenced Thomas's understanding of power relationships and conflict resolution. The contrast between the Elliot household's hidden tensions and the Wayne family's apparent harmony created additional sources of resentment for Thomas, who found himself envying not merely Bruce's material advantages, but also the stable and loving home environment that had provided his friend with emotional security that no amount of money could purchase. The recognition that Bruce's confidence and moral certainty were products of genuine parental love rather than inherited privilege made Thomas's own psychological wounds feel even more painful by comparison. The murder that Thomas committed in his youth was not the impulsive act of a disturbed child, but rather the calculated decision of someone who had concluded that his parents' deaths would solve more problems than their continued existence, providing him with independence and resources, while eliminating sources of emotional pain and social embarrassment. The planning that went into their deaths demonstrated the same strategic thinking abilities that had made him a formidable opponent in childhood games, yet applied to purposes that revealed the complete absence of normal moral constraints. The years that followed his parents' deaths were spent in careful preparation for a campaign of revenge that would target not merely Bruce Wayne but everything that he represented, including the city that had embraced him as a symbol of hope and the system of justice that protected the innocent people who looked to him for salvation. The medical knowledge that Thomas acquired during his professional training was motivated not by desire to heal, but by the recognition that understanding anatomy and physiology would be essential tools for the kind of elaborate tortures he planned to inflict upon his enemies. The bandages that would become his trademark as Hush served multiple purposes beyond simple disguise, representing both his medical background and his desire to conceal the psychological wounds that had never properly healed, despite the passage of years and the accumulation of worldly success. The wrapped face that became his criminal identity was an external manifestation of internal damage that had been carefully hidden behind social facades and professional achievements. The alliance with other criminals that Thomas forged during his transformation into Hush was based not on shared ideological commitments, but on mutual recognition of useful skills and resources that could be combined to achieve goals that none of them could accomplish individually. His relationship with the Riddler was particularly complex, representing both intellectual respect and barely controlled contempt for someone whose obsessions were transparent rather than carefully hidden. The surgical skills that Thomas possessed were applied not merely to disguise his own appearance, but to create the kind of elaborate deceptions that his campaign against Bruce Wayne required, demonstrating his understanding that psychological warfare was often more effective than simple physical violence. The false identities he created and assumed were masterpieces of medical and criminal art, yet they also represented the complete abandonment of his original identity in favor of something that existed only to cause suffering to others. The tragedy that connects these three aristocrats of crime transcends their individual circumstances to encompass broader questions about the relationship between privilege and responsibility, between inherited advantages and moral development, between material success and emotional fulfillment. Each began life with resources and opportunities that should have enabled them to become forces for good in the world, yet each allowed personal grievances and psychological wounds to transform their gifts into instruments of destruction and revenge. In Oswald Cobblepot's story, we see the dangers of allowing physical differences to become sources of isolation and resentment, the ways in which childhood cruelty can create wounds that never heal, but instead fester into something far more dangerous than the original injuries. His transformation into the Penguin represents both surrender to others' perceptions of his worth and rebellion against the social order that had rejected him so completely. Roman Sionis's journey toward criminality illustrates the hollow nature of success that is based purely on material accumulation and social position rather than genuine achievement or moral development. His embrace of the Black Mask identity represents both rejection of the false values that had shaped his upbringing and adoption of an even more destructive set of principles that prioritized power over human connection. Thomas Eliot's evolution into Hush demonstrates perhaps the most chilling transformation of all, showing how intellectual gifts and professional skills can be corrupted by jealousy and resentment until they serve no purpose except to cause suffering to others. His surgical precision, in both literal and metaphorical senses, represents the ultimate perversion of healing arts into instruments of psychological torture and revenge. The ultimate lesson of these fallen aristocrats lies in the recognition that privilege without purpose becomes destructive, that advantages without moral foundation create monsters rather than benefactors, and that the greatest gifts become the most dangerous weapons when they are wielded by those who have lost touch with their own humanity in pursuit of satisfaction that can never be achieved through external means alone. In the hallowed halls of scientific inquiry, where the pursuit of knowledge has always promised to elevate human civilization beyond the limitations that have constrained our species since the dawn of consciousness, there dwell stories of particular tragedy that speak to the fundamental dangers inherent in the marriage of brilliance with obsession, of noble intentions corrupted by the intoxicating allure of discovery that transcends all moral boundaries. These are the chronicles of the scientists who went too far, researchers whose initial dedication to healing and understanding gradually transformed into something far darker and more dangerous, minds that began with the highest aspirations for human betterment, yet ended by becoming threats to the very people they had once sought to serve. Among these fallen devotees of scientific progress, none embodies the tragedy of good intentions perverted by desperation more completely than the man who was born Kirk Langstrom, a brilliant geneticist whose early work promised revolutionary advances in the treatment of sensory impairments and neurological disorders, yet whose personal struggles with his own limitations would ultimately lead him down a path that transformed cutting-edge research into a nightmare of biological horror. The laboratory where Dr. Langstrom conducted his groundbreaking research into genetic manipulation and species adaptation was a monument to scientific ambition and humanitarian purpose. Its gleaming equipment and carefully controlled environments representing humanity's ongoing war against the biological constraints that limited individual potential and collective achievement. The work that he pursued within these sterile chambers held the promise of eliminating deafness, blindness, and other sensory impairments that condemned millions of people to lives diminished by their inability to fully experience the richness of the world around them. His particular area of expertise lay in the study of echolocation and enhanced auditory processing, inspired in part by his own gradual hearing loss that threatened not only his personal quality of life, but also his ability to continue the research that had become his life's passion. The irony of a deaf scientist working to cure deafness was not lost on his colleagues, yet it provided him with a unique perspective on the urgency of his work and the potential impact that success might have on countless individuals who faced similar challenges. The bat colonies that became the focus of his research represented millions of years of evolutionary development that had produced sensory capabilities far exceeding anything that human biology had achieved. Creatures whose ability to navigate complex environments through sound alone suggested possibilities for enhancement that conventional medicine had never seriously considered. His study of their genetic structures and neurological systems revealed principles of sensory processing that could theoretically be adapted for human application, offering hope for treatments that would go far beyond simple prosthetic devices or surgical interventions. The academic community's response to Dr. Langstrom's research was initially enthusiastic, as his theoretical work and preliminary experiments demonstrated the kind of innovative thinking that characterized truly groundbreaking scientific achievement. The papers he published in respected journals earned citations and recognition from researchers around the world, establishing him as a leading authority in the emerging field of genetic sensory enhancement and positioning him at the forefront of developments that might revolutionize treatment options for millions of patients. Yet as his research progressed from theoretical speculation to practical experimentation, the scientific establishment began to express concerns about both the ethical implications and the potential risks associated with the kind of radical genetic manipulation that his work required. The regulatory frameworks that governed human experimentation were designed to prevent exactly the kind of leap from animal studies to human application that Dr. Langstrom's condition and desperation were pushing him to consider. Yet these same safeguards threatened to delay potentially life-changing treatments for years or even decades. The ridicule that gradually replaced initial enthusiasm within the scientific community was particularly painful for someone whose work had begun with such promise and whose personal investment in the research was so profound. The colleagues who had once sought his insights now questioned his judgment and methodology, while funding agencies that had previously supported his investigations began to withdraw their backing due to concerns about liability and public relations, problems that might arise from association with increasingly controversial research. The isolation that resulted from this professional ostracism was compounded by the progressive nature of his hearing loss, which created a cruel irony whereby his increasing need for the treatments he was developing coincided with his decreasing ability to secure the resources necessary to complete his research. The daily reminders of his own deteriorating condition served as constant motivation to push beyond the boundaries that conventional ethics and scientific caution had established. Yet they also created psychological pressures that affected his judgment and decision-making processes. His wife Francine's support during this difficult period represented the kind of personal loyalty and emotional stability that should have provided grounding and perspective during his professional struggles. Yet her obvious concern about the risks associated with his increasingly desperate experimental protocols created additional stress that further complicated his ability to maintain objectivity about his work. The recognition that he was disappointing and frightening someone he loved added guilt and shame to the mixture of frustration and desperation that was driving his research toward increasingly dangerous territory. The decision to bypass normal safety protocols and conduct human trials using himself as the test subject was motivated not by reckless disregard for consequences, but by the calculated assessment that the potential benefits justified the risks, particularly given that conventional approaches offered no hope for addressing his condition within the time frame that his deteriorating hearing would allow. The serum he developed represented years of careful research and theoretical analysis, yet its application to human subjects remained largely theoretical due to the ethical and legal barriers that prevented legitimate clinical trials. The initial results of his self-experimentation seemed to validate both his scientific theories and his decision to proceed despite the risks, as his enhanced auditory capabilities exceeded even his most optimistic projections, while appearing to produce no significant negative side effects. The restoration of his hearing was accompanied by improvements in other sensory modalities that suggested the treatment had activated genetic potentials that existed within normal human biology but had never been properly accessed through conventional medical approaches. Yet the genetic modifications that had produced these remarkable improvements also contained the seeds of far more profound changes that would transform Dr. Langstrom from human scientist into something that challenged fundamental assumptions about the boundaries between species and the stability of biological identity. The bat DNA that he had incorporated into his genetic structure carried with it not merely enhanced sensory capabilities, but also deeper, instinctual programming that began to assert itself as the foreign genetic material integrated more completely with his human biology. The physical transformation that followed was gradual but inexorable, as his body adapted to accommodate the new genetic instructions, while his consciousness struggled to maintain human identity in the face of increasingly powerful animal instincts. The wings that sprouted from his shoulders were merely the most visible manifestation of changes that affected every aspect of his physiology, from his skeletal structure and muscle development to his neurological organization and hormonal balance. The psychological impact of these changes was perhaps even more devastating than the physical transformation. As Dr. Langstrom found himself experiencing urges and impulses that had no precedent in human psychology yet, which felt increasingly natural and compelling as his genetic modification progressed. The methodical scientific thinking that had characterized his professional work was gradually overwhelmed by predatory instincts and territorial behaviors that operated according to principles very different from human reasoning and moral consideration. The creature that he became during his periods of complete transformation retained fragments of his human knowledge and personality, yet these elements were filtered through a consciousness that operated according to fundamentally different principles and priorities. The man-bat that emerged from Dr. Langstrom's laboratory was neither fully human nor completely animal, but something unprecedented and dangerous that combined human intelligence with animal instincts in ways that created capabilities and motivations unlike anything that had existed in either species separately. The scientific knowledge that remained accessible to him during these transformations became a tool for predation rather than healing, as his understanding of human biology and psychology was applied toward purposes that served his altered nature rather than his original humanitarian goals. The very research that had been intended to help others became a weapon that threatened the safety and well-being of everyone who encountered his transformed state. While Dr. Langstrom's transformation represented the corruption of genetic research by personal desperation, another brilliant scientist was pursuing her own path toward darkness in laboratories where botanical research promised solutions to environmental problems that threatened the survival of plant life throughout the world, yet whose personal experiences with betrayal and violence would ultimately transform her from protector of nature into enemy of human civilization. Dr. Pamela Isley had been drawn to the study of plant biology by a genuine love for the natural world that transcended mere academic interest, representing a deep emotional connection to living systems that most people took for granted or viewed purely as resources to be exploited for human benefit. Her research into plant biochemistry and environmental adaptation was motivated by the recognition that botanical knowledge held keys to solving problems ranging from food security and medical treatment to climate change and ecosystem restoration. The laboratory where she conducted her groundbreaking research was itself a kind of garden, filled with specimens from around the world that represented millions of years of evolutionary development and adaptation to diverse environmental conditions. The plants that filled her workspace were not merely research subjects, but companions whose needs and responses she understood with an intuitive sensitivity that impressed even experienced botanists who visited her facilities. Her academic career had been marked by the kind of innovative thinking and meticulous methodology that characterized truly exceptional scientific work. As her studies of plant defense mechanisms and chemical communication systems revealed previously unknown aspects of botanical intelligence and environmental interaction, the discoveries she made regarding the sophisticated ways in which plants responded to threats and communicated with each other challenged fundamental assumptions about consciousness and intelligence that had traditionally been applied only to animal species. The environmental movement that was gaining momentum during the early years of her career provided Dr. Isley with a broader context for her research, as her work on plant biochemistry and ecological relationships became increasingly relevant to efforts aimed at protecting endangered ecosystems and developing sustainable approaches to agriculture and resource management. Her expertise in botanical toxicology was particularly valuable for understanding how human industrial activities were affecting plant communities and what measures might be necessary to prevent irreversible ecological damage. The seduction that would ultimately transform Dr. Isley's life and research began with the arrival of Marc Legrand, a charismatic figure whose apparent interest in her work masked criminal intentions that she was too trusting and inexperienced to recognize until it was far too late to protect herself from the consequences of her naive cooperation. His approach was carefully calculated to exploit her dedication to her research and her desire to see her discoveries applied to projects that might benefit the environment and human society. The archaeological expedition that Legrand convinced her to join was presented as an opportunity to study ancient plant specimens and traditional botanical knowledge that might reveal new approaches to medical treatment and environmental restoration. Yet its true purpose was the theft of artifacts and materials that could be sold to private collectors and criminal organizations. Her botanical expertise was necessary for identifying and safely handling plant materials that might be dangerous to those without proper knowledge, making her an essential partner in crimes that she did not understand were taking place. The betrayal that followed was not merely personal but professional, as Legrand's decision to eliminate her as a witness to his criminal activities represented the complete destruction of everything she had worked to achieve through her legitimate research career. The poison that he administered was derived from the very plant materials that she had helped him acquire, creating a cruel irony whereby her own expertise in botanical toxicology became the instrument of her near destruction. The survival that followed her poisoning was accompanied by physiological changes that were both miraculous and terrifying, as her exposure to exotic plant toxins had somehow triggered adaptive responses that transformed her human biology in ways that conventional medicine could not explain or predict. The immunity to poisons and diseases that resulted from these changes was accompanied by enhanced physical capabilities and sensory awareness that suggested her genetic structure had been fundamentally altered by her exposure to the ancient botanical compounds. Yet the most profound changes were psychological rather than physical, as her near-death experience had created a shift in consciousness that made her identify more strongly with plant life than with human society, viewing people as threats to be neutralized rather than beings deserving of protection and care. The empathy that had once extended to all living creatures became focused exclusively on botanical life, while her attitude toward humans transformed from benevolent concern to active hostility. The powers that manifested themselves as her transformation progressed were extensions of the botanical knowledge she had spent years acquiring, yet applied toward destructive rather than constructive purposes. As her ability to synthesize and deploy plant toxins became a weapon against those who threatened the natural world. The kiss that could deliver fatal doses of poison was merely one manifestation of capabilities that allowed her to turn any plant material into an instrument of death or control. The environmental activism that had once motivated her research became a form of warfare against human civilization, as Dr. Isley concluded that people were fundamentally incapable of coexisting peacefully with natural ecosystems, and that only their elimination or subjugation could prevent the complete destruction of the plant life that she had come to value. Above all other considerations, her transformation into poison ivy represented not merely personal corruption, but philosophical evolution. the adoption of a worldview that prioritized botanical welfare over human survival, while environmental science was being perverted by personal trauma and species identification. Another branch of medical research was following an equally dark path in the psychiatric facilities, where the treatment of mental illness promised to restore damaged minds to healthy functioning, yet whose practitioners sometimes discovered that the study of madness could become a form of contagion that infected even the most dedicated healers. Dr. Jeremiah Arkham had inherited both the family name and the professional mission that had defined his uncle's career, yet he had also inherited an institutional legacy that carried with it psychological burdens and moral responsibilities that proved far heavier than anyone outside the psychiatric profession could truly understand. The asylum that bore his family name had become synonymous with both hope for treating mental illness and despair about the intractable nature of certain forms of psychological dysfunction. His early career had been marked by genuine idealism and a sincere belief that advances in psychiatric treatment could restore even the most damaged minds to functional participation in society. Yet the daily exposure to extreme forms of mental illness and criminal behavior gradually eroded his optimism while creating psychological stresses that affected his own mental stability. The patients under his care represented the most challenging cases in psychiatric medicine. Individuals whose conditions had proven resistant to conventional treatments and whose behaviors posed constant threats to staff and other patients. The administrative responsibilities that came with managing Arkham Asylum were as demanding as the clinical challenges, requiring decisions about resource allocation, staff management, and security protocols that balanced therapeutic considerations against practical necessities for maintaining safety and order. The political pressures that came from city officials and law enforcement agencies who viewed the asylum primarily as a containment facility often conflicted with his medical obligations to provide treatment rather than simple imprisonment. The gradual erosion of Dr. Arkham's mental health was so subtle that neither he nor his colleagues recognized the warning signs until his transformation was already well advanced. As his increasing identification with his patients' psychological states reflected not empathy, but actual contagion, whereby prolonged exposure to extreme mental illness had begun to affect his own cognitive processes and moral reasoning. The boundary between doctor and patient that should have remained clear became increasingly blurred as he found himself understanding and even sympathizing with thought patterns and behaviors that should have remained alien to healthy minds. The discovery that he had been secretly using patients as tools in criminal enterprises represented the complete corruption of everything that psychiatric medicine was supposed to represent, as his transformation into the Black Mask involved the exploitation of the very people whose treatment had been entrusted to his professional care. The mask that became his criminal identity was both literal disguise and metaphorical representation of the false face he had been presenting to the world, while his own sanity deteriorated beyond the possibility of recovery or redemption. The criminal organization that he assembled using Arkham's resources and patient population demonstrated the terrible potential for destruction that could result when medical knowledge and institutional authority were corrupted by mental illness and moral decay. The false-face society that operated under his leadership represented a complete inversion of therapeutic principles, using psychiatric insights to manipulate and exploit rather than heal and restore. The tragedy that connects these fallen scientists transcends their individual circumstances to encompass broader questions about the relationship between knowledge and wisdom, between professional dedication and personal obsession, between the pursuit of beneficial goals and the corruption that can result when ethical boundaries are abandoned in service of seemingly noble purposes. Each began with genuine desire to help others and contribute to human welfare, Yet each allowed personal factors and professional pressures to transform their gifts into instruments of harm. In Dr. Langstrom's story, we see the dangers of allowing personal desperation to override scientific caution and ethical restraint, the ways in which the urgency of individual need can justify increasingly risky experimentation, until the researcher becomes both subject and victim of forces beyond their control. His transformation into Man-Bat represents both the fulfillment of his scientific goals and the complete destruction of his humanity, demonstrating that success in research terms can constitute total failure in human terms. Dr. Isley's journey toward becoming Poison Ivy illustrates how personal trauma can redirect scientific knowledge toward destructive rather than constructive purposes, showing that expertise in beneficial applications of natural phenomena can easily be converted into expertise in harmful applications when psychological wounds create the motivation for revenge against those perceived as responsible for suffering. Her identification with plant life over human welfare represents a fundamental shift in values that transforms environmental protection into environmental warfare. Dr. Arkham's evolution into the Black Mask demonstrates perhaps the most insidious form of scientific corruption, showing how prolonged exposure to mental illness and criminal behavior can infect even the most dedicated healers when adequate psychological protection and professional support are not maintained. His use of psychiatric knowledge to exploit rather than treat mental illness represents the ultimate betrayal of medical ethics and professional responsibility. The ultimate lesson of these fallen scientists lies in the recognition that knowledge without moral foundation becomes dangerous, that expertise without ethical constraint can be turned toward any purpose, regardless of its impact on human welfare, and that the greatest minds require the strongest moral anchoring to prevent their gifts from becoming weapons against the very people they were originally intended to serve and protect. In the grand theatres and smoky clubs where art and entertainment converge to create moments of magic that transport audiences beyond the mundane concerns of daily existence, there exist stories of particular poignancy that speak to the fragility of creative souls and the terrible price that can be exacted when talent meets disappointment, when artistic vision confronts commercial reality, when performers discover that the very gifts that should have elevated them to greatness instead become sources of torment that transform creators into destroyers of the beauty they once sought to bring into the world. These are the chronicles of the performers and artists, individuals whose lives were dedicated to the creation of wonder and the illumination of human experience through their craft, yet whose personal struggles with obsolescence, rejection, and the cruel indifference of audiences ultimately led them down paths that perverted their artistic abilities into instruments of terror and revenge against the very people who had once applauded their efforts. Among these fallen entertainers, none embodies the tragedy of artistic pride, corrupted by professional rejection, more completely than the man who was born Basil Carlo, an actor whose early success in the emerging horror film industry had promised a career filled with the kind of recognition and artistic fulfillment that every performer dreams of achieving, yet whose inability to accept the natural evolution of his chosen medium would ultimately transform him from celebrated artist into literal monster. The golden age of horror cinema that marked Basil's early career was a time of unprecedented creativity and innovation, as filmmakers explored the possibilities offered by new technologies and techniques, while audiences demonstrated an insatiable appetite for stories that challenged the boundaries between reality and nightmare, between the familiar and the fantastic. The studios that produced these groundbreaking films were like laboratories where artistic vision met commercial necessity, creating works that entertained millions while establishing new genres and conventions that would influence entertainment for generations to come. Basil's breakthrough role in the film Terror represented the perfect marriage of his particular talents with material that showcased his ability to embody characters who existed at the intersection of humanity and monstrosity, figures whose psychological complexity made them both frightening and sympathetic to audiences who found themselves simultaneously repelled and fascinated by his performances. His portrayal of the film's central antagonist was marked by a subtle understanding of the character's motivations and a physical presence that suggested depths of malevolence beneath a veneer of civilized behavior. The critical acclaim that followed his performance in Terror established Basil as one of the most promising actors of his generation, someone whose combination of classical training and intuitive understanding of psychological nuance made him ideally suited for roles that required both technical skill and emotional authenticity. The fan letters and interview requests that filled his days provided validation for years of struggling in smaller roles and minor productions, while the contracts and opportunities that followed promised a future filled with increasingly challenging and rewarding artistic projects. The persona that Basil developed through his horror film work was carefully crafted to enhance his marketability while reflecting genuine aspects of his personality and artistic interests. Yet it also created expectations and associations that would eventually become constraints rather than advantages as his career progressed. His public image as a master of macabre characters was both asset and limitation, providing him with immediate recognition while potentially restricting the range of roles that producers and directors would consider him for in future projects. The success that marked the peak of his career was accompanied by the kind of lifestyle and recognition that had made all the years of struggle and sacrifice seem worthwhile, as his financial security allowed him to focus purely on artistic considerations, while his professional reputation provided access to the most talented directors, writers, and fellow performers in the industry. The house he purchased in the Hollywood Hills was filled with memorabilia and artifacts from his various film roles, creating a private museum that celebrated his achievements while serving as daily reminder of his professional identity. Yet beneath the surface of his public success, Basil harbored anxieties and insecurities that were common among performers, but which in his case became magnified by the specific nature of his fame and the precarious foundations upon which even successful entertainment careers were built. The knowledge that his reputation was based primarily on a single breakthrough role created pressure to maintain standards of performance that were difficult to sustain across multiple projects, while the specialized nature of his appeal made him vulnerable to changes in audience tastes and industry trends. The evolution of filmmaking technology and audience preferences that marked the transition from classical horror to more modern approaches represented both creative opportunities and existential threats for actors whose careers had been built around specific conventions and styles that were becoming associated with earlier eras rather than cutting-edge innovation. The remake culture that began to emerge in Hollywood offered chances for established properties to find new audiences, yet also created competition between original performers and newer actors who might bring different interpretations to familiar roles. The news that Terror was being remade with a different actor in the role that had defined Basil's career was delivered with the kind of casual indifference that characterized much of the business side of entertainment, as producers and studio executives viewed casting decisions purely in terms of commercial considerations rather than artistic legacy or personal attachment. The explanation that the role required someone younger or more contemporary in their appeal was presented as simple business logic rather than personal rejection. Yet it felt like a fundamental invalidation of everything Basil had accomplished in his professional life. The psychological impact of this rejection was compounded by the broader context of an industry that had begun to move away from the classical approaches to horror that had characterized Basil's most successful work embracing instead more graphic and sensationalistic methods that prioritized shock value over the subtle psychological manipulation that had been his specialty. The skills and techniques that had made him a master of his craft were increasingly viewed as outdated rather than classic, old-fashioned rather than timeless. The depression and sense of professional obsolescence that followed this devastating news created a psychological environment in which Basil's normally sharp distinction between his professional persona and his personal identity began to break down, as the rejection of his artistic work felt like rejection of his essential self rather than simple commercial decision-making. The masks and costumes that had once been tools of his craft began to feel more real and authentic than his civilian identity, while the characters he had portrayed seemed more vital and purposeful than the struggling actor he had become. The transformation from disappointed performer to murderous criminal was triggered by the complete mental breakdown that occurred when Basil finally accepted that his career as he had known it was truly over, that the industry which had once celebrated his talents had moved beyond any need for the specific gifts he possessed. The killing spree that followed was not random violence, but carefully planned revenge against those he held responsible for destroying his professional life. Each victim selected for their role in the remake project, or their broader contribution to the changes that had made his artistic approach obsolete. The theatrical nature of his crimes reflected both his professional background and his psychological state, as the elaborate staging and dramatic presentation of each murder scene demonstrated his continued need for audience attention and critical recognition, even when pursuing purely destructive goals. The mask from the original terror film that he wore during these attacks served multiple purposes, providing disguise while also asserting his claim to ownership of the character and story that had defined his greatest success. The clay-like substance that would later define his physical transformation had its origins in the experimental makeup techniques and special effects materials that had been part of his professional toolkit, yet which became integrated with his biology through processes that transcended normal scientific understanding to create something unprecedented in human experience. The ability to reshape his physical form at will was both the ultimate expression of his identity as a performer and the complete abandonment of any fixed sense of self, allowing him to become literally anyone while remaining fundamentally no one. While Basil Karlo's transformation was rooted in the old Hollywood studio system and classical horror filmmaking, another performer was following a similar path toward darkness in the emerging world of television entertainment, where new technologies and broadcast formats created opportunities for reaching mass audiences that previous generations of entertainers could never have imagined, yet also established new forms of vulnerability to public rejection and professional obsolescence. Matt Hagen had built his career during the golden age of television and film, a time when handsome leading men with classical features and traditional masculine appeal could command enormous audiences and substantial financial rewards through their ability to embody idealized versions of American masculinity and romantic heroism. His success in this highly competitive field was based not merely on physical attractiveness, but on genuine acting ability and professional dedication that had earned him respect from colleagues and devotion from fans who saw him as the embodiment of cinematic glamour and sophistication. The lifestyle that accompanied his success was everything that Hollywood mythology promised and more, filled with luxurious homes, expensive cars, exclusive parties, and romantic relationships with the most beautiful and talented women in the entertainment industry. The magazine covers and newspaper articles that chronicled his career and personal life created a public image that seemed to represent the perfect combination of professional achievement and personal fulfillment, making him an object of envy and admiration for millions of people who dreamed of similar success. Yet the very industry that had elevated Matt to such heights was also characterized by its ruthless treatment of performers whose appeal began to fade due to age, changing tastes, or simple overexposure to audiences who were constantly seeking new faces and fresh personalities. The career trajectories of actors in Hollywood were notoriously unpredictable, with even the most successful performers vulnerable to sudden reversals of fortune that could transform A-list celebrities into struggling character actors or completely unemployed has-beens within remarkably short periods of time. The automobile accident that would ultimately seal Matt's fate occurred during what should have been a routine evening of socializing and networking, the kind of industry event that successful performers were expected to attend both for professional reasons and personal enjoyment. The crash that left him with severe facial injuries was not the result of reckless behavior but simple misfortune, the kind of random tragedy that could affect anyone regardless of their wealth, fame, or previous good fortune. The medical treatment that followed the accident represented the best that modern plastic surgery and reconstructive medicine could provide. Yet the damage to his face was so extensive that complete restoration of his previous appearance was impossible, despite the efforts of the most skilled surgeons and the application of the most advanced techniques available. The scarring and disfigurement that remained after months of procedures and recovery time effectively ended his career as a leading man, while creating psychological trauma that was as devastating as the physical injuries themselves. The depression and despair that consumed Matt during his recovery period were compounded by the recognition that his entire identity and sense of self-worth had been built around his physical appearance and its effect on audiences, leaving him with no foundation for psychological stability when that appearance was destroyed. The mirror that had once reflected back confidence and professional success now showed only a reminder of everything he had lost, while the sympathy and pity of friends and colleagues served as constant confirmation that his career and social position were things of the past. The approach from the corrupt businessman who offered him experimental treatment was perfectly timed to exploit his psychological vulnerability and desperate need for hope, presenting what seemed like a miraculous opportunity to reclaim his lost appearance and career through the application of cutting-edge biochemical research. The compound called reneyu was presented as a revolutionary breakthrough in cellular regeneration that could reverse aging and repair damage that conventional medicine considered permanent, offering the possibility of literally turning back the clock to restore his face to its former perfection. The decision to participate in the experimental program was motivated not merely by vanity, but by the recognition that his appearance had been the foundation of his livelihood and identity, making its restoration a practical necessity rather than simple cosmetic preference. The initial treatment seemed to validate the promises that had been made, as his scarred and damaged features gradually returned to something approximating their former condition, while his confidence and sense of possibility were restored along with his physical appearance. Yet the price that was demanded for these miraculous results went far beyond the financial costs that Matt was able and willing to pay, as his participation in the program required him to use his restored appearance and regained access to exclusive social circles to facilitate criminal activities that he initially rationalized as minor infractions that were justified by the extraordinary benefits he was receiving. The impersonation work that he was asked to perform seemed like a natural extension of his acting abilities, using his talent for assuming different personas to serve purposes that were presented as victimless crimes or even beneficial interventions in complex business disputes. The addiction that gradually developed was both physical and psychological, as the cellular changes produced by the reneyu compound required regular renewal to maintain their effects, while the lifestyle and opportunities that his restored appearance provided created dependencies that made the prospect of returning to his damaged state unthinkable. The increasing demands that were made upon him by his criminal benefactors were accepted as necessary prices for continued access to the treatments that maintained his appearance and his renewed sense of self-worth. The overdose that ultimately transformed Matt into the creature known as Clayface was the result of his desperate attempt to break free from the criminal organization that had enslaved him through his dependency on their experimental compound, as he believed that if he could acquire enough of the substance to last for an extended period, he could disappear and start a new life without the criminal obligations that had become increasingly dangerous and morally repugnant. The theft of a large quantity of Reneyu from his handlers was intended as a final score that would provide him with independence and security, yet the amount he stole and subsequently consumed was far beyond what his system could safely process. The transformation that followed was both physically and psychologically devastating, as the massive overdose of the compound caused cellular changes that were irreversible and uncontrollable, turning his body into a malleable clay-like substance that could be reshaped at will, but could never again maintain a stable human form. The ability to impersonate anyone became both his greatest power and his greatest curse, as he could appear to be anyone he chose, while having no fixed identity of his own to which he could return. While the world of film and television was producing its own monsters from the ashes of failed careers and shattered dreams, the realm of radio broadcasting was witnessing a similar transformation as new technologies and changing audience preferences created opportunities for performers to reach mass audiences through the intimate medium of electronic communication, yet also established new forms of vulnerability to public rejection and technological obsolescence. Leslie Willis had found her calling in the emerging world of talk radio, where her sharp wit and fearless commentary on social and political issues had earned her a devoted following among listeners who appreciated her willingness to say things that more conventional broadcasters avoided due to concerns about advertisers, regulatory agencies, or simpler social acceptability. Her success in this challenging field was based on genuine intelligence and a talent for articulating complex ideas in ways that were both accessible and provocative, making her a voice that people sought out when they wanted perspective that challenged mainstream narratives. The radio station where Leslie worked provided the perfect platform for her particular combination of talents, offering her the freedom to pursue controversial topics, while providing the technical support and promotional resources necessary to build and maintain a substantial audience. The talk show format that she had developed allowed for extended exploration of issues that television news could only address superficially, while the call-in segments provided opportunities for direct interaction with listeners that created a sense of community and shared purpose around her program. The criticism of Superman that became an increasingly prominent feature of her show was initially motivated by legitimate journalistic concerns about accountability, transparency, and the implications of allowing an unelected and unaccountable individual to exercise such enormous influence over public safety and social policy. The questions she raised about democratic oversight, legal jurisdiction, and the psychological effects of dependency upon superhuman protection reflected genuine intellectual inquiry rather than personal animosity, though the intensity and frequency of her commentary suggested deeper emotional investment than purely professional interest would justify. The popularity that her anti-Superman commentary generated among certain segments of her audience created incentives for increasingly provocative and personal attacks that went beyond policy criticism to encompass character assassination and conspiracy theories that portrayed the hero as a manipulative deceiver whose apparent altruism concealed sinister motives and hidden agendas. The professional success that resulted from this approach gradually corrupted her original commitment to legitimate journalism, as the pursuit of ratings and advertising revenue became more important than the pursuit of truth or the maintenance of ethical standards. The outdoor concert that would forever change Leslie's life was organized as a promotional event designed to boost the station's profile while demonstrating their commitment to community engagement and cultural programming, combining live music with opportunities for listeners to meet their favorite radio personalities in person. The decision to proceed with the event, despite threatening weather conditions, was driven by commercial considerations and Leslie's own determination not to allow meteorological concerns to interfere with her professional obligations or suggest weakness in the face of natural challenges. The lightning strike that should have killed Leslie instead created the kind of transformation that defied scientific explanation while fulfilling the dramatic requirements of a story where personal ambition and professional dedication intersected with forces beyond human understanding or control. The massive electrical discharge that coursed through her body during the storm was channeled and modified by Superman's bioelectric field in ways that neither of them understood at the time, creating a hybrid condition that combined human consciousness with the ability to exist as and manipulate pure electrical energy. The recovery period that followed was marked by the gradual discovery of abilities that operated according to principles she could not comprehend, as her transformed physiology allowed her to travel through electrical systems, control electronic devices, and generate powerful electromagnetic fields that could be used for both constructive and destructive purposes. The realization that she had become something more than human was accompanied by the recognition that her transformation was somehow connected to Superman's intervention during the lightning strike, creating a complex mixture of gratitude and resentment that would define all her future interactions with the hero. The adoption of the identity Livewire reflected both her new electrical nature and her desire to maintain connection to her previous career in broadcasting, using wordplay that appealed to her professional sense of humor, while also serving as a reminder of the dramatic change that had occurred in her life and capabilities. The costume and persona that she developed emphasized her electrical powers while maintaining elements of her previous public image, creating continuity between her old and new identities, while acknowledging the fundamental transformation that had occurred. The criminal activities that gradually replaced her legitimate broadcasting career were motivated not by simple greed or power hunger, but by the recognition that her transformed condition made normal social and professional relationships impossible, while her unique abilities provided opportunities for achieving the kind of attention and influence that her radio show had once provided through legal means. The electronic media infrastructure of modern society became both her domain and her weapon, as her ability to manipulate communication systems provided unprecedented access to audiences and information, while her electrical nature made conventional law enforcement methods ineffective against her. The tragedy that connects these three fallen performers transcends their individual circumstances to encompass broader questions about the relationship between artistic identity and personal worth, between professional success and psychological stability, between the pursuit of creative expression and the maintenance of moral boundaries that distinguish entertainment from exploitation. Each began with genuine talent and legitimate aspirations for artistic achievement, yet each allowed professional disappointments and personal vulnerabilities to transform their gifts into instruments of destruction and revenge. In Basil Carlo's story, we see the dangers of allowing professional identity to completely subsume personal identity, the ways in which career setbacks can become existential crises when an individual's entire sense of self-worth depends upon external validation and commercial success. His transformation into Clayface represents both the ultimate expression of his identity as a performer and the complete abandonment of any fixed sense of self, demonstrating how the pursuit of artistic perfection can become a form of psychological dissolution. Matt Hagen's journey illustrates the particular vulnerabilities of those whose careers depend upon physical attributes that are subject to damage or deterioration beyond their control, showing how the loss of appearance-based advantages can create desperation that makes even the most intelligent individuals vulnerable to exploitation by those who promise restoration of what has been lost. His dependence on the Renew compound represents the broader theme of addiction to external solutions for internal problems. Leslie Willis's evolution into Livewire demonstrates how legitimate criticism and journalistic inquiry can be corrupted by the pursuit of ratings and audience response, leading to increasingly extreme positions that serve commercial rather than informational purposes. Her electrical transformation serves as both empowerment and isolation, providing her with unprecedented abilities while cutting her off from normal human relationships and social connections. The ultimate lesson of these fallen performers lies in the recognition that artistic talent without moral foundation becomes dangerous, that creative abilities without ethical constraints can be turned toward destructive rather than constructive purposes, and that the pursuit of audience approval and professional success can corrupt even the most gifted individuals when it becomes disconnected from the values and principles that should guide human behavior, regardless of circumstances or opportunities. In the solemn halls where uniformed men and women take sacred oaths to serve and protect, to defend the innocent, and uphold the principles of justice that form the foundation of civilized society, there exist stories of profound tragedy that speak to the corruption of noble service, the perversion of military virtue, and the terrible transformation that can occur when those trained in the arts of war discover that the very skills meant to preserve peace can become instruments of personal destruction and societal chaos. These are the chronicles of the military and law enforcement personnel gone wrong. Individuals whose dedication to duty and excellence in combat initially marked them as society's finest protectors, yet whose encounters with betrayal, loss, and the moral ambiguities of modern warfare ultimately led them to turn their considerable skills against the very people and principles they had once sworn to defend. Among these fallen guardians of order, none embodies the tragedy of patriotic service, corrupted by institutional betrayal more completely than the man who was born Slade Wilson, a young American whose fierce love of country and natural aptitude for military service should have made him a model soldier and decorated hero, yet whose experiences with governmental duplicity and personal loss would transform him from protector of freedom into the world's most dangerous mercenary, a man whose skills in warfare became available to the highest bidder regardless of their moral standing or the justice of their cause. The small town where Slade spent his formative years was the kind of place that produced America's finest soldiers, a community where patriotic values were not merely abstract concepts, but lived experiences passed down through generations of families who had served their country in times of war and peace. The traditions of military service that marked his upbringing were reinforced by stories of ancestors who had fought in every major conflict in American history, creating expectations and aspirations that shaped his understanding of honor, duty, and the proper relationship between individual ambition and national service. His decision to enlist in the United States Army was motivated not by lack of civilian opportunities, but by genuine desire to serve something greater than himself. to test his abilities against the highest standards of military excellence, while contributing to the defense of the democratic values and freedoms that his family had helped to preserve for generations. The lie he told about his age, in order to enlist early, reflected not deception for personal gain, but impatience to begin the service that he viewed as his destiny and calling. The military training that followed his enlistment revealed natural abilities that exceeded even the high expectations that his family background had created, as his combination of physical prowess, tactical intelligence, and leadership capability marked him as someone destined for rapid advancement and significant responsibility within the armed forces hierarchy. His mastery of various combat disciplines came with an ease that impressed even experienced instructors, while his ability to remain calm under extreme pressure and make sound decisions in chaotic situations demonstrated the kind of mental toughness that separated exceptional soldiers from merely competent ones. The specialized training in guerrilla warfare and unconventional tactics that marked his early military career was designed to prepare him for the kind of conflicts that characterized modern warfare, where traditional battlefield conventions were often inadequate for dealing with enemies who operated outside established rules of engagement and conventional strategic frameworks. His expertise in these areas made him invaluable for missions that required thinking beyond standard military doctrine, while maintaining the discipline and moral constraints that distinguished legitimate military operations from simple violence. The rapid advancement through the ranks that characterized Slade's early career was earned through consistent demonstration of exceptional competence and unwavering dedication to duty, as each promotion brought increased responsibility and more challenging assignments that tested both his tactical abilities and his capacity for leadership under increasingly difficult circumstances. His rise to the rank of lieutenant colonel represented not merely personal achievement, but validation of the military's ability to recognize and reward excellence regardless of social background or political connections. The romantic relationship that developed between Slade and Captain Adeline Kane was built upon mutual respect for professional competence and shared commitment to military service, creating a partnership that combined personal affection with professional collaboration in ways that strengthened both individuals while serving the broader goals of their unit and mission. Their marriage represented the kind of ideal military family that recruitment materials celebrated: two dedicated professionals who had found in each other the perfect complement to their service obligations and personal aspirations. The birth of their son, Grant, brought new dimensions to Slade's understanding of responsibility and motivation, as his commitment to military service became connected not merely to abstract principles of patriotic duty, but to concrete desires to create a safer and more secure world for his child. The balance between professional obligations and family responsibilities that all military personnel must navigate became particularly complex for someone whose specialized skills required extended deployments and dangerous assignments that could not be easily scheduled around domestic promises, considerations. The secret medical experiment that would ultimately transform Slade's life was presented to him as an opportunity to contribute to national defense research while potentially enhancing his own capabilities in ways that would make him even more effective in his military role. The defense against truth serum that the experiment was supposed to provide was described as a necessary protection for soldiers operating in hostile territories, where capture and interrogation posed serious threats to operational security and the safety of fellow service members. The voluntary nature of his participation in the experimental program reflected both his continued dedication to military service and his confidence that the medical personnel conducting the research possessed the expertise and ethical standards necessary to ensure that subjects would not be unnecessarily endangered by their participation. The assurances he received about safety protocols and oversight procedures were apparently credible enough to overcome any natural reluctance about submitting to untested medical procedures. Yet the true purpose of the experiment was far more sinister than the defensive applications that had been described to Slade and the other volunteer subjects, as the research was actually aimed at creating enhanced soldiers whose physical and mental capabilities would exceed normal human limitations through the application of experimental drugs and procedures that had not been adequately tested for long-term safety or psychological effects. The program represented a form of human experimentation that violated both military ethics and medical standards, yet was pursued due to competitive pressures and the desire for military advantages that conventional training methods could not provide. The immediate effects of the experimental treatment were both more severe and more beneficial than anyone had predicted, as Slade's body reacted to the enhancement procedures with violent rejection symptoms that required extended periods of sedation and medical monitoring, yet ultimately produced improvements in strength, speed, reflexes, and cognitive function that exceeded the most optimistic projections of the research team. His transformation into something approaching a superhuman operative came at the cost of periods of uncontrollable aggression and psychological instability that made him dangerous to himself and others. The realization of what had been done to him and the recognition that he had been used as an unwitting test subject in an illegal human experimentation program created psychological trauma that was compounded by his physical transformation and its effects on his relationship with his family and Blank's fellow soldiers. The enhanced abilities that should have made him a more effective protector instead became sources of isolation and alienation, as his altered physiology and psychology made normal human relationships increasingly difficult to maintain. The unauthorized mission that ultimately ended Slade's military career was motivated not by insubordination or personal glory, but by loyalty to a fellow soldier who had been captured during what Slade recognized as a suicide mission, designed more to test enemy capabilities than to achieve legitimate strategic objectives. His decision to attempt to rescue despite explicit orders to the contrary reflected the same commitment to protecting those under his command that had marked his entire military career, yet was interpreted by his superiors as evidence that the experimental enhancement had compromised his ability to follow orders and maintain proper military discipline. The successful completion of his rescue mission, which demonstrated both his enhanced capabilities and his continued dedication to his fellow soldiers, was overshadowed by the political and legal complications that arose from his violation of direct orders and unauthorized entry into hostile territory. The court-martial proceedings that followed his mission focused more on issues of military discipline and chain of command than on the moral questions surrounding the abandonment of captured personnel or the ethics of the experimental program that had enhanced his abilities. The dishonorable discharge that ended his military career was experienced not merely as professional setback, but as fundamental betrayal by the institution that had defined his adult identity and provided meaning and purpose to his existence. The recognition that his years of dedicated service and his willingness to risk everything for his fellow soldiers had been rewarded with disgrace and dismissal created a cynicism about authority and institutions that would influence every subsequent decision he made throughout his civilian life. The transformation from decorated military officer to mercenary assassin was facilitated by the realization that the skills and enhancements that the military had given him could be applied to private endeavors that were far more lucrative and personally satisfying than legitimate employment in the civilian world. The persona of Deathstroke, the Terminator that he adopted, represented both rejection of his former military identity and embrace of the enhanced capabilities that his experimental treatment had provided, creating a new identity that was free from the constraints and disappointments of institutional service. While Slade Wilson's fall from grace was rooted in governmental betrayal and institutional corruption, another marksman was following a different path toward darkness. In the quiet suburbs where family tragedies and personal failures could create psychological wounds that transformed natural talents into instruments of destruction and revenge, Floyd Lawton had been born into circumstances that should have provided him with every advantage that inherited wealth and social position could secure. Yet his childhood was marked by the kind of family dysfunction and emotional cruelty that could turn even the most privileged environments into sources of lasting psychological damage. The Lawton family estate represented generations of accumulated wealth and social influence, yet beneath its elegant facade lay patterns of abuse and manipulation that made it a battlefield rather than a sanctuary. His relationship with his older brother Edward was one of the few sources of genuine affection and stability in a household otherwise characterized by violence and unpredictability, as Edward possessed the kind of natural charisma and moral courage that made him both an admired role model and a protective presence for his younger sibling. The hero worship that Floyd felt for Edward was based not merely on sibling affection, but on recognition that his older brother represented everything that was noble and worthwhile in their otherwise dysfunctional family environment. The marksmanship skills that would eventually define Floyd's criminal career were initially developed as a form of recreation and bonding with Edward, who taught him the fundamentals of shooting while instilling lessons about responsibility, safety, and the serious nature of weapons that could cause irreversible harm if not handled with appropriate care and respect. These early shooting lessons took place in controlled environments where accuracy and precision were valued over speed or intimidation, creating positive associations between firearms proficiency and family connection. The escalating violence between his parents created an atmosphere of constant tension and fear that made normal childhood development impossible, as Floyd and Edward were forced to navigate between competing loyalties and contradictory messages about family obligation, personal safety, and the proper response to domestic abuse. The unpredictability of their father's violent outbursts made home life a series of crisis situations that required constant vigilance and careful behavioral modification to avoid triggering explosive confrontations. The decision to eliminate their abusive father was not made impulsively, but represented a carefully considered response to what both brothers recognized as an intolerable situation that was unlikely to improve through conventional means or outside intervention. Their mother's desperate request for help in ending the cycle of abuse was accompanied by specific plans and suggestions that demonstrated both the severity of their circumstances and the extent to which family dysfunction had corrupted normal moral reasoning and conflict resolution processes. The shooting position that Floyd selected for his attempt to kill his father was chosen with the same careful attention to ballistic principles and environmental factors that marked all his subsequent marksmanship efforts, as he understood that success in this crucial shot would require not merely good intentions, but technical excellence and precise execution under extremely stressful conditions. The tree that provided his vantage point offered both concealment and stability, while providing clear lines of sight to the target area where the confrontation was expected to take place. The shot that went tragically wrong was not the result of poor planning or inadequate skill, but rather the kind of unpredictable circumstance that could affect even the most carefully prepared operations, as Edward's unexpected movement into the line of fire occurred at precisely the moment when Floyd's finger was applying final pressure to the trigger. The bullet that was intended to free their family from tyranny instead claimed the life of the one person whose love and guidance had made their traumatic childhood bearable. The immediate aftermath of Edward's death was characterized by shock and disbelief that gradually gave way to overwhelming guilt and self-recrimination. As Floyd struggled to accept that his attempt to protect his family had instead destroyed the most important relationship in his life, while leaving their abusive father unharmed and potentially even more dangerous than before. The irony that his first and most important shot had been his greatest failure created psychological associations between marksmanship and personal loss that would influence every subsequent use of firearms throughout his life. The promise that he made to himself in the hours following Edward's death represented both practical resolution and emotional commitment, as his vow to never miss another shot reflected recognition that precision and accuracy were not merely technical skills, but moral obligations that he owed to his brother's memory and to all future potential victims of his marksmanship abilities. The parallel commitment to eventually kill his father was motivated not by simple revenge, but by determination to complete the mission that had gone so tragically wrong and to prevent further violence against other family members. The military training that Floyd eventually pursued was motivated partly by patriotic desire to serve his country, but primarily by recognition that professional instruction in combat skills would provide him with the technical expertise and psychological preparation necessary to use his natural marksmanship abilities effectively and responsibly. The structured environment and clear moral framework that military service provided offered alternatives to the confusion and moral ambiguity that had characterized his family background. The transition from military service to criminal enterprise was facilitated by recognition that the skills he had developed in legitimate service could be applied to private endeavors that were far more lucrative and personally satisfying than conventional employment. Yet, this career change also represented surrender to the moral flexibility and situational ethics that he had hoped military service would help him overcome. His association with the League of Assassins provided advanced training and professional contacts while introducing him to philosophical frameworks that justified violence in service of abstract principles rather than personal or national defense. While the suburban mansions of America produced their own tragedies of family dysfunction and misdirected violence, the international prisons of the world were creating different forms of human monsters through systematic brutality and institutional cruelty that could transform even innocent children into creatures of such violence and determination that their eventual escape would threaten entire civilizations. Bane had been condemned to serve a life sentence before his birth, inheriting the crimes of a father he had never known and would never have the opportunity to either love or hate, as the legal system that governed his place of birth operated according to principles that prioritized punishment over justice and hereditary guilt over individual responsibility. The prison of Peña Duro, where he spent his entire childhood and adolescence, was designed not for rehabilitation or even simple containment, but for the systematic destruction of human dignity and hope through the application of calculated cruelty and deliberate neglect. The cell that served as his nursery and classroom was a monument to institutional sadism, a concrete box where natural light was rare and human kindness was non-existent, where survival required the development of physical and mental capabilities that exceeded normal human limitations while maintaining the kind of moral flexibility that allowed cooperation with guards and fellow prisoners who viewed violence as the solution to every problem. His education came not from books or teachers, but from observation of power, dynamics, and conflict resolution methods. that operated according to principles of dominance and submission rather than reason or justice. The first murder that he committed was not the result of criminal ambition or antisocial personality development, but rather a necessary response to immediate threats against his physical safety and psychological survival, as the prison environment made violence inevitable, while providing no alternatives for conflict resolution or protection from predators who viewed newer and younger inmates as opportunities for exploitation and entertainment. The killing that marked his transition from victim to participant in the prison's brutal hierarchy was both self-defense and moral corruption, necessary for survival, yet destructive to whatever innocence remained from his life before incarceration. The respect and fear that his willingness to use lethal violence earned him among the prison population provided both protection and isolation, as his reputation for dangerous unpredictability made other inmates reluctant to attack him, while also preventing the formation of normal social relationships based on mutual trust and shared interests, rather than calculated assessment of threat levels and power relationships. His position as one of the most feared individuals in an institution filled with violent criminals was both achievement and tragedy, demonstrating his ability to adapt to hostile environments while highlighting the complete absence of normal human connection and emotional development. The physical conditioning and intellectual development that he pursued during his years of imprisonment were motivated not by abstract desire for self-improvement, but by recognition that mental and physical strength were the only tools available for maintaining dignity and agency in an immersive environment designed to crush both, while also preparing for the eventual escape that he viewed as inevitable. Despite the apparent impossibility of breaking free from one of the world's most secure correctional facilities, his transformation of a prison cell into a combination gymnasium, library, and strategic planning center represented triumph of human will over institutional oppression, while demonstrating the kind of discipline and intelligence that might have made him a great leader under different circumstances. The legend of Batman that reached even the isolated confines of Peñadoro through stories told by new inmates and corrupt guards represented something unprecedented in Bane's experience. An individual who had chosen to use superior capabilities in service of abstract principles rather than personal advantage, someone who operated according to moral constraints that would have been considered fatal weaknesses in the prison environment, yet who had achieved remarkable success in the outside world. The contrast between Batman's reputation and the behavioral norms of Bane's environment created fascination and resentment that would eventually motivate his decision to test himself against this legendary figure. The experimental enhancement program that transformed Bane from merely dangerous prisoner into superhuman threat was presented to him not as opportunity, but as likely death sentence. Yet his willingness to volunteer reflected both his confidence in his physical resilience and his recognition that normal human capabilities would never be sufficient to achieve the kind of escape and revenge that his circumstances demanded. The venom compound that coursed through his circulatory system enhanced not merely his physical strength, but also his mental acuity and pain tolerance, creating capabilities that exceeded even his own ambitious expectations. The apparent death and disposal at sea that followed his participation in the experimental program was intended to eliminate evidence of illegal human experimentation while disposing of a test subject who was considered too dangerous to be allowed to live even within the confines of maximum security imprisonment. His survival and return to the prison represented not merely physical resilience, but testament to the kind of determination and resourcefulness that marked him as someone capable of achieving goals that seemed impossible to rational Analysis. The escape that followed his resurrection was accomplished, not through brute force alone, but through careful planning and strategic thinking that demonstrated the enhancement of his intellectual capabilities, along with his physical transformation, as his takeover of the prison and commandeering of transportation resources required coordination of multiple elements and manipulation of complex systems that exceeded the capabilities of simple physical strength. His departure from Peñaduro with carefully selected allies and resources represented not mere escape, but graduation from an institution that had inadvertently created its own nemesis. The journey to Gotham City that followed his escape was motivated not by random selection or opportunistic crime, but by specific intention to test himself against the Batman whose legend had provided inspiration and focus during his years of preparation, as he recognized that defeating someone of such reputation would validate both his enhanced capabilities and his strategic intelligence, while providing the kind of challenge that his unique background and training required for complete fulfillment. The tragedy that connects these three fallen warriors transcends their individual circumstances to encompass broader questions about the relationship between service and betrayal, between institutional loyalty and personal integrity, between the skills necessary for protection and those required for destruction. Each began with genuine desire to serve legitimate purposes and protect those who could not protect themselves. Yet each discovered that the institutions they trusted were unworthy of their dedication, while the skills they had developed could be applied to purposes far removed from their original noble intentions. In Slade Wilson's story, we see the dangers of governmental secrecy and institutional betrayal, the ways in which even the most dedicated service personnel can be corrupted when they discover that their sacrifices have been exploited by those who view them as expendable resources rather than human beings deserving of respect and honest treatment. His transformation into Deathstroke represents both mastery of military skills and complete rejection of military values, demonstrating how betrayal can create cynicism that destroys the moral foundations that should guide the application of dangerous capabilities. Floyd Lawton's journey illustrates the particular tragedy of family dysfunction and the ways in which domestic violence can create psychological wounds that transform natural talents into instruments of professional destruction, showing how the loss of innocent loved ones can create guilt and self-punishment that manifests itself through increasingly dangerous behavioral patterns. His career as Deadshot represents both technical perfection and moral failure, the achievement of absolute precision in service of goals that provide no genuine satisfaction or meaning. Bane's evolution from innocent child to criminal mastermind demonstrates the corrupting influence of institutional injustice and the ways in which systematic oppression can create individuals whose capabilities exceed normal human limitations, yet whose moral development has been completely perverted by their experiences with cruelty and violence. His transformation into a superhuman threat represents both triumph over impossible circumstances and complete abandonment of the humanitarian values that should guide the application of extraordinary power. The ultimate lesson of these fallen warriors lies in the recognition that combat skills without moral foundation become instruments of destruction rather than protection, that institutional service without ethical leadership creates cynicism and corruption rather than honor and dedication, and that the greatest tactical abilities become the most dangerous threats when they are divorced from the values and principles that should govern their application in civilized society. In the shadowed corridors of shattered homes and fractured relationships, where the bonds that should provide strength and stability instead become sources of pain and betrayal, there exist stories of profound heartbreak that speak to the fundamental vulnerability of human love and the terrible consequences that can follow when the basic structures of family and connection are corrupted by dysfunction, abandonment, and the cruel indifference of systems that should protect the innocent, yet too often fail those who need them most. These are the chronicles of the broken families, individuals whose early experiences with rejection, abuse, and loss created psychological wounds so deep that they would influence every subsequent relationship and decision throughout their lives, transforming natural human needs for belonging and acceptance into desperate vulnerabilities that could be exploited by those who understood the power that emotional manipulation could wield over damaged souls. Among these casualties of familial breakdown, none embodies the tragedy of intellectual promise corrupted by emotional trauma more completely than the woman who was born Harleen Quinzel, a brilliant psychiatrist whose genuine desire to understand and heal the human mind would ultimately lead her into the darkness of her own psychological destruction through her encounter with madness, so pure and seductive that it consumed everything noble and rational within her professional training and personal character. The household where Harleen spent her formative years was a battlefield disguised as a home where her mother's harsh criticism and emotional cruelty were presented as necessary preparation for a world that would show no mercy to weakness or failure, yet which actually served to undermine the psychological security and self-confidence that every child requires for healthy emotional development. The constant barrage of negative assessment and prophecies of doom that characterized her upbringing created an environment where love was conditional upon performance, and acceptance was always temporary, subject to revocation, whenever behavior failed to meet impossible standards. Her father's criminal activities provided both financial resources and moral confusion to a household already destabilized by emotional abuse, as his career as a confidence man who specialized in deceiving vulnerable women created an atmosphere where dishonesty and manipulation were normalized, while genuine emotion and authentic connection were viewed as weaknesses to be exploited rather than treasured and protected. The lessons that Harleen absorbed from observing her father's professional techniques would later influence her understanding of human psychology and interpersonal relationships in ways that corrupted her legitimate academic training. The brother whose irresponsibility and financial exploitation added additional stress to an already dysfunctional family environment represented another source of disappointment and disillusionment for someone whose natural intelligence and academic achievement might otherwise have provided refuge from domestic chaos through the pursuit of educational excellence and professional success. His pattern of making promises that were never kept, while continually requesting financial assistance that was used for destructive rather than constructive purposes, taught Harleen additional lessons about the unreliability of family bonds and the dangers of trusting those who claimed to care about her welfare. The decision to pursue psychology as her academic specialty was motivated partly by genuine intellectual curiosity about human behavior and mental functioning, yet also represented an unconscious attempt to understand the dynamics that had made her own family relationships so painful and destructive, hoping that professional knowledge might provide insights that could help her make sense of experiences that had left her emotionally confused and psychologically vulnerable, despite her obvious intellectual capabilities. The academic success that marked her university years provided temporary validation and a sense of accomplishment that had been largely absent from her family relationships, yet her methods of achieving this success often involved ethical shortcuts and manipulative techniques that reflected the influence of her dysfunctional upbringing, rather than genuine scholarly excellence or professional integrity. Her ability to charm professors and manipulate academic systems demonstrated skills that would later make her vulnerable to similar manipulation by those who understood how to exploit her need for approval and validation. The theoretical framework that she developed during her graduate studies reflected her personal experiences with dysfunctional relationships as much as legitimate academic inquiry, as her hypothesis that romantic love and criminal behavior operated according to similar psychological principles seemed to provide scientific validation for patterns of thought and behavior that her family background had already established. The idea that people in love would do anything for their beloved, including criminal acts, represented both intellectual insight and dangerous rationalization of moral flexibility that would later prove catastrophic. The relationship with her boyfriend Guy that became the testing ground for her theories about love and criminality demonstrated both her intellectual arrogance and her emotional desperation, as she used someone who trusted her as an experimental subject, while convincing herself that her manipulations were justified by scientific inquiry and romantic devotion. The fake murder that she staged as part of her psychological experiment revealed the extent to which her academic training had been corrupted by the moral flexibility and deceptive techniques that she had learned from her criminal father. The tragic outcome of her experiment, which resulted in Guy's actual death when he believed her lies about having committed murder and could not live with the guilt that her deception had created, provided harsh confirmation that her theoretical understanding of human psychology was dangerously incomplete, while demonstrating the deadly consequences that could result when scientific knowledge was divorced from ethical constraints and moral consideration for research subjects. His suicide represented both the failure of her theories and the destruction of whatever innocence remained in her approach to human relationships and professional responsibility. The cynical worldview that developed following this traumatic experience was characterized by repression of genuine emotion and embrace of intellectual detachment that allowed her to function professionally while avoiding the kind of authentic connection that might have led to additional pain and disappointment. Her growing expertise in psychological manipulation and her ability to maintain professional facades while hiding her true thoughts and feelings made her an effective practitioner, while also making her increasingly isolated from normal human relationships and moral development. The position at Arkham Asylum that represented the culmination of her professional training also provided the perfect environment for someone whose psychological development had been stunted by family dysfunction and academic corruption, as the institution's atmosphere of contained madness and systematic dehumanization matched her own internal emotional state, while providing opportunities to exercise her manipulative skills on patients who were even more vulnerable and damaged than she was. The encounter with the Joker that would ultimately destroy whatever remained of Dr. Harleen Quinzel's professional integrity and personal identity was not a random assignment, but rather the inevitable result of an institutional system that matched therapists with patients based on availability rather than compatibility, psychological health, or ethical considerations. The man she found in the maximum security cell was simultaneously the most dangerous and most charismatic individual she had ever encountered, someone whose combination of brilliant insight and complete moral abandonment represented both everything she feared and everything she secretly desired to become. The gradual seduction that transformed the respected psychiatrist into the criminal known as Harley Quinn was accomplished not through physical attraction or romantic manipulation, but through the recognition of shared philosophical perspectives and complementary psychological damage that created a form of understanding and acceptance that she had never experienced in any previous relationship. The Joker's appreciation for her darker insights and his validation of the cynical worldview that her experiences had created provided the kind of intellectual and emotional connection that her academic and family relationships had created never offered. The philosophical alignment that developed between them was based on shared recognition that conventional morality and social expectations were arbitrary constructs designed to control and limit those who were intelligent enough to see beyond their superficial justifications, creating a framework for behavior that prioritized personal satisfaction and intellectual stimulation over ethical constraints and social responsibility. The relationship that emerged from this mutual recognition was both deeply intimate and completely destructive, providing each of them with validation of their worst impulses, while encouraging escalation of antisocial behavior that normal relationships would have constrained. The crimes that she committed in service of their partnership were motivated not by financial gain or political ideology, but by desire to prove her worthiness of his continued attention and approval, demonstrating her willingness to abandon every principle and relationship that had previously defined her existence, in pursuit of the only connection that had ever made her feel truly understood and accepted. Her transformation into Harley Quinn represented both complete surrender to love and total destruction of everything that had made her valuable as a human being and professional practitioner. While the psychiatric profession was producing its own monsters through the corruption of therapeutic relationships and professional ethics, the urban environments of modern cities were creating different forms of human tragedy through genetic accidents and social rejection that could transform innocent children into creatures so alien and threatening that their very existence challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of human identity and the boundaries of social acceptance. Waylon Jones had been cursed from birth with a genetic condition that made normal social integration impossible, as his appearance marked him as fundamentally different from other human beings in ways that invited fear, revulsion, and systematic exclusion from the communities and relationships that provide meaning and stability for most people throughout their lives. The rare disorder that gave him scales instead of normal skin and teeth far sharper than human physiology typically produced created a physical form that seemed to belong more to prehistoric predators than modern civilization. The abandonment by his birth parents was not the result of lack of love or desire to avoid responsibility, but rather recognition that their limited resources and social position made it impossible for them to provide the kind of specialized care and protection that his condition would require throughout his development. Yet this rational decision created psychological wounds that would influence every aspect of his emotional and social development, despite the good intentions that motivated the choice. The foster care system that should have provided alternative family structures and supportive environments for someone whose special needs required extraordinary patience and understanding, instead became a series of temporary placements that ended when his appearance and behavioral problems exceeded the tolerance or capability of caregivers who were unprepared for the challenges that his condition presented. The pattern of rejection and replacement that characterized his childhood taught him that human relationships were inherently temporary and that acceptance was always conditional upon behavior modification that he was physiologically incapable of achieving. The bullying that marked his school experiences was particularly cruel because it targeted physical characteristics that he could not change or hide, making him a constant target for classmates who found in his unusual appearance a convenient outlet for their own insecurities and aggressive impulses, while learning that adults would not or could not provide effective protection from systematic harassment. The violence that eventually erupted when his patience and self-control were exhausted represented both self-defense and moral corruption, as his first act of serious retaliation taught him that physical intimidation was more effective than appeals to fairness or authority. The 8 years that he spent in reform school following his violent response to childhood bullying were characterized by the kind of institutional indifference and systematic dehumanization that could transform even the most naturally gentle souls into hardened criminals. As the facility's emphasis on punishment rather than rehabilitation created an environment where survival required the development of predatory instincts and violent capabilities that would make successful reintegration into normal society increasingly unlikely with each passing year. The resentment toward humanity that grew within him during his institutional confinement was fed not merely by his own experiences with rejection and abuse, but by observation of the systematic cruelty that characterized human interaction in environments where civilized constraints were absent and power relationships were determined through violence rather than justice or moral consideration. The lessons he learned about human nature during these formative years created psychological frameworks that would make it nearly impossible for him to form genuine connections with other people, even when opportunities for normal relationships were eventually presented. The physical transformation that accompanied his psychological development was both natural maturation of his genetic condition and adaptive response to the hostile environments where he was forced to live, as his body developed the kind of muscular power and predatory capabilities that would allow him to survive in situations where normal human physiology would have been inadequate for self-protection. His increasingly reptilian appearance reflected not merely genetic expression, but psychological evolution towards something that was no longer entirely human in its motivations and behavioral patterns. The celebration of his 18th birthday through the commission of cold-blooded murder was not random violence, but calculated demonstration of the complete transformation that his experiences had wrought within his character, as the killing represented both revenge against the society that had rejected him and embrace of the predatory identity that his treatment had forced him to develop. The methodical nature of his violence demonstrated intelligence and planning capability that exceeded what his institutional keepers had expected from someone they had dismissed as merely a dangerous animal. The 20-year prison sentence that followed his adult crimes provided additional education in violence and criminality, while confirming his understanding that human society operated according to principles of power and intimidation, rather than justice and moral consideration. Yet it also provided him with time and opportunity to develop the strategic thinking and organizational skills that would make him far more dangerous upon his eventual release than he had been as an impulsive young killer. The traveling carnival that eventually provided him with employment and something approaching a family represented the first positive human relationships that he had experienced since early childhood, as the community of performers and outcasts who made their living from public exhibition understood what it meant to be different while possessing the tolerance and acceptance that mainstream society had never shown him. The role of alligator wrestler that became his specialty allowed him to use his physical capabilities and frightening appearance for entertainment rather than violence, while providing him with the kind of recognition and belonging that had been absent from his previous experiences. The financial collapse that destroyed the carnival and scattered his adopted family was experienced not merely as economic misfortune, but as another confirmation that positive relationships and stable communities were temporary luxuries that someone like him could never hope to maintain permanently, creating additional cynicism and resentment that would influence his decision to pursue criminal enterprise rather than attempt to rebuild legitimate connections with mainstream society. While genetic accidents were creating monsters in the shadows of urban America, the privileged neighborhoods where wealth and social position should have provided protection from life's cruelest vicissitudes, were producing their own forms of human tragedy through the corruption of young minds by violence and loss that no amount of money or family influence could adequately address or heal. Jason Todd had been born into circumstances that should have provided him with every disadvantage that poverty and family dysfunction could create. Yet his natural resilience and moral instincts had somehow survived experiences that destroyed other children, allowing him to maintain hope and ethical standards despite growing up in environments where such qualities were viewed as weaknesses rather than strengths. The slums of Gotham, where he spent his early years, were characterized by the kind of systematic neglect and social decay that created opportunities for crime while eliminating most alternatives for legitimate advancement. The criminal activities that his father Willis pursued were motivated not by malicious intent or antisocial personality, but by recognition that conventional employment opportunities were inadequate for supporting a family in neighborhoods where legal work paid subsistence wages, while illegal enterprises offered the possibility of genuine economic improvement. The arrest and imprisonment that eventually removed Willis from Jason's life represented both punishment for crime and abandonment of family responsibilities that left his son without male guidance during crucial developmental years. The drug addiction that consumed Jason's mother, Catherine, was both escape from the harsh realities of poverty and urban decay, and additional source of instability for a child who desperately needed consistent care and emotional support from at least one reliable adult figure. Her gradual deterioration and eventual death from overdose represented not merely personal tragedy, but the complete collapse of whatever family structure had provided meaning and security during Jason's formative years. The survival skills that Jason developed following his mother's death were both impressive and heartbreaking, as his ability to support himself through petty theft and street-smart resourcefulness demonstrated intelligence and determination that might have led to legitimate success under different circumstances, yet also represented the kind of premature maturity and moral flexibility that childhood should never require. His specialization in stealing automobile parts reflected both practical assessment of market opportunities and unconscious rejection of the adult world that had failed to provide him with protection or guidance. The encounter with Batman that changed the trajectory of Jason's life occurred during one of his routine criminal activities, yet the circumstances of their meeting revealed character traits that distinguished him from other street criminals and suggested potential for redemption and growth that someone with Batman's experience could recognize and nurture. His attempt to steal the tires from the Batmobile demonstrated both audacity and technical skill, while his response to being caught revealed a combination of defiance and vulnerability that spoke to underlying moral instincts that had survived despite his harsh circumstances. The decision to take Jason under his protection and eventually train him as the second Robin was motivated, not merely by Batman's need for a partner, but by recognition that this particular young man possessed the kind of natural heroism and moral courage that could be developed into something truly exceptional if provided with proper guidance and support. The transformation from street thief to crime fighter represented both personal redemption and validation of the belief that circumstances of birth need not determine ultimate destiny. The partnership that developed between Batman and the second Robin was characterized by genuine affection and mutual respect that provided Jason with the kind of stable father figure that had been absent from his childhood, while giving Batman the opportunity to pass on the values and skills that defined his mission against crime. The training that Jason received was both physical and moral, teaching him not merely how to fight crime effectively, but why such fighting was necessary and what principles should guide the application of vigilante justice. The confrontation with the Joker that would ultimately claim Jason's life was not the result of reckless behavior or inadequate preparation, but rather the inevitable consequence of pursuing a mission that brought him into contact with individuals whose madness and cruelty exceeded normal human understanding or moral constraint. The trap that led to his capture and torture demonstrated both the Joker's sophisticated understanding of psychological warfare and his complete indifference to the suffering of innocent victims who had done nothing to earn such treatment. The death that followed his capture was both physical destruction and symbolic victory for chaos over order, as the Joker's murder of Robin represented not merely the elimination of one opponent, but an attack on the very concept of hope and redemption that Batman's mission embodied. The loss of Jason was experienced by Batman not merely as professional failure, but as personal tragedy that challenged his fundamental beliefs about justice, responsibility, and the possibility of protecting those who followed in his footsteps. The resurrection that eventually returned Jason to life was accompanied by changes in personality and moral outlook that reflected both the trauma of his death experience and the influence of the supernatural forces that had restored him to existence, creating someone who retained his memories and basic identity while developing approaches to crime fighting that were more ruthless and less constrained by ethical considerations than his original heroic training had emphasized. The transformation into the Red Hood that marked his return to active vigilantism represented both continuation of his commitment to protecting the innocent and rejection of the moral constraints that had previously guided his crime-fighting activities, as his willingness to use lethal force against criminals reflected his understanding that some forms of evil could not be adequately addressed through non-violent methods or conventional legal procedures. The tragedy that connects these broken family members transcends their individual circumstances to encompass broader questions about the relationship between childhood experience and adult character, between social support systems and individual resilience, between the capacity for human redemption and the permanent effects of early trauma. Each began life with natural potential for good that was either corrupted or complicated by family dysfunction and social rejection, yet each also demonstrated that human nature was complex enough to contain possibilities for both destruction and heroism, regardless of early experiences. In Harley Quinn's story, we see the dangers of intellectual arrogance combined with emotional vulnerability, the ways in which professional knowledge can be corrupted by personal damage, while academic achievement can mask fundamental character flaws that make an individual susceptible to manipulation by those who understand how to exploit psychological wounds. Her transformation from psychiatrist to criminal represents both complete surrender to love and total abandonment of professional ethics and personal responsibility. Waylon Jones's journey illustrates the profound impact that physical differences and social rejection can have on personality development, showing how genetic accidents and community intolerance can create psychological wounds that transform natural human needs for belonging and acceptance into sources of rage and antisocial behavior. His evolution into Killer Croc represents both adaptation to hostile circumstances and abandonment of hope for normal human relationships and social integration. Jason Todd's death and resurrection demonstrate both the dangers faced by those who choose to fight evil and the possibility that even the most traumatic experiences need not necessarily destroy the potential for heroic service and moral growth. His transformation into the Red Hood represents both continuation of his commitment to justice and evolution of his understanding about what methods are necessary and justified when confronting criminal behavior that exceeds normal human evil. The ultimate lesson of these broken families lies in the recognition that childhood trauma creates lasting effects that influence adult behavior and relationships, yet that human resilience and moral potential can survive even the most devastating experiences when supported by genuine care and ethical guidance from those who understand both the nature of healing and the requirements for authentic human growth and development. In the darkest recesses of the human psyche, where desperation meets opportunity and unfulfilled potential festers into consuming obsession, there exist tales of souls who discovered that the very ordinariness of their existence had become unbearable, individuals whose awareness of their own limitations and insignificance created psychological wounds so deep that they would pursue any means of transcendence, regardless of the cost to themselves or others. These are the chronicles of the obsessed and the addicted, beings whose natural human desires for significance and connection were twisted by circumstance and choice into dependencies that consumed everything noble within their character, while transforming their genuine needs into sources of destruction and exploitation. Among these casualties of inadequacy and desperation, none embodies the tragedy of mundane existence, corrupted by supernatural hunger, more completely than the man who was born Rudy Jones, a figure whose life represented the kind of anonymous mediocrity that characterizes millions of working-class Americans, yet whose accidental transformation would reveal the terrible potential that lurked within the intersection of scientific experimentation and psychological vulnerability, creating something that challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of human identity and the boundaries of individual need. The research facility where Rudy spent his working days was a monument to human intellectual achievement and scientific progress. Its gleaming laboratories filled with cutting-edge equipment and brilliant researchers who pushed the boundaries of knowledge while working on projects that might revolutionize medicine, technology, and human understanding of the universe itself. The discoveries that occurred within these sterile chambers represented the very best of human potential and collaborative achievement. Yet they also created environments where those who possessed extraordinary intelligence could pursue their work while remaining completely oblivious to the existence and struggles of those whose more modest contributions made their research possible. His position as a janitor within this temple of knowledge placed Rudy at the very bottom of the institutional hierarchy, invisible to the scientists and administrators who conducted important work while he cleaned up their messes and maintained the mundane infrastructure that allowed their brilliance to flourish, unimpeded by concerns about waste, disposal, floor maintenance, or the countless other details that kept their laboratories functioning efficiently. The irony of his situation was not lost on him. He was literally surrounded by cutting-edge research and technological marvels, yet his role was limited to maintaining the basic cleanliness that others required to pursue groundbreaking discoveries. The intellectual curiosity that had marked Rudy's youth had never been entirely extinguished, despite years of disappointment and professional stagnation. As his daily exposure to scientific equipment and research materials created constant reminders of the kind of work he might have pursued if circumstances had been different, if his family had possessed the resources for higher education, if his natural intelligence had been recognized and nurtured, rather than dismissed as irrelevant to his expected role in society's economic hierarchy. The conversations that he overheard while performing his custodial duties provided him with fragments of understanding about research projects and scientific theories that operated at the very frontiers of human knowledge, yet this second-hand exposure to intellectual achievement only intensified his awareness of his own exclusion from meaningful participation in the advancement of human understanding. The casual dismissal with which the researchers treated discoveries and insights that represented years of education and training created additional resentment toward those who took for granted opportunities that had never been available to someone of his social and economic background. The experimental materials that Rudy encountered during his routine disposal duties represented both the promise and the danger inherent in scientific research that pushed beyond established safety protocols and ethical guidelines, as the containers and equipment he was required to handle often contained substances whose properties and potential effects had not been fully understood or adequately tested for long-term safety. The casual attitude that many researchers displayed toward proper disposal procedures reflected their focus on theoretical breakthroughs rather than practical considerations about the environmental and health impacts of their work. The particular substances that would ultimately transform Rudy's existence were the byproducts of research into energy absorption and metabolic enhancement, experiments designed to understand how living organisms could more efficiently process various forms of sustenance and power, while potentially developing new approaches to nutrition and energy utilization that might benefit space, exploration, military applications, and medical treatment of metabolic disorders. The theoretical principles underlying this research were sound, and the potential applications were genuinely beneficial, yet the practical implementation involved materials and processes that exceeded current understanding of biological safety and environmental impact. The accident that occurred during what should have been routine disposal procedures was the inevitable result of inadequate training intersecting with dangerous materials, as Rudy's lack of understanding about the substances he was handling led him to ignore safety protocols that he had never been properly taught, while exposing himself to concentrations of exotic compounds that no human body was but designed to process or tolerate. The explosion of curiosity and resentment that had been building within him for years finally overcame his caution and professional restraint, driving him to investigate materials that his position should have prevented him from examining. The immediate effects of his exposure to the experimental compounds were both subtle and catastrophic, beginning with sensations that he initially dismissed as symptoms of fatigue or stress, but which actually represented the fundamental alteration of his cellular structure and metabolic processes in ways that would permanently change his relationship to food, energy, and other human beings. The enhanced sensitivity to bioelectric fields that developed during the first hours following his exposure was accompanied by changes in his nervous system that created new forms of sensory awareness, while gradually eliminating his beja, ability to derive sustenance from conventional sources. The first manifestation of his transformed capabilities occurred during a moment of physical contact with a co-worker who had noticed his apparent distress and attempted to provide assistance, as the touching of their skin created an immediate transfer of energy that left Rudy feeling more vital and alert than he had experienced in years, while his would-be helper collapsed in weakness and confusion. The involuntary nature of this energy absorption was both terrifying and exhilarating, representing a form of power that he had never possessed, while also suggesting capabilities that operated according to principles he could not understand or control. The realization that he had somehow gained the ability to drain life force from other human beings filled Rudy with emotions too complex to be easily categorized, as his rational mind understood that what had happened was fundamentally wrong. Yet his deeper psychological needs responded to the experience of finally possessing something that made him significant and powerful, rather than invisible and irrelevant. The energy he had absorbed provided not merely physical vitality but psychological satisfaction, a sense of importance and capability that his mundane existence had never offered. The gradual understanding of his condition that developed over the following days and weeks revealed the true scope of both his new abilities and their terrible cost, as he discovered that the energy absorption was not merely electrical or chemical, but involved the actual consumption of essential life force that animated consciousness and sustained biological functions in ways that conventional science could not adequately explain. The people from whom he absorbed energy did not simply become tired or weakened, but experienced a profound diminishment that affected their cognitive abilities, emotional stability, and physical health in ways that suggested he was literally consuming aspects of their essential selves. The moral implications of his transformation became increasingly clear as Rudy experimented with his new capabilities while observing their effects on his victims. Yet his growing understanding of the harm he was causing could not overcome the compulsion to feed that grew stronger with each passing day as the energy he had absorbed gradually dissipated, leaving him feeling hollow and desperate in ways that normal food and rest could not address. The hunger that drove him was unlike anything experienced by ordinary humans, a craving that went beyond physical sustenance to encompass the very essence of what made life worth living. The adoption of the identity parasite represented both acknowledgement of his condition and attempt to create psychological distance between his former self and the creature he had become, as Rudy Jones had been weak and insignificant while Parasite was powerful and feared, capable of bringing low even the mightiest individuals through the simple act of physical contact. The transformation of identity was as complete as the transformation of his body, though traces of his original personality remained buried beneath layers of hunger and desperation that defined his new existence. The isolation that resulted from his condition was perhaps more devastating than the physical changes themselves, as his very touch meant diminishment or death for others while making genuine human connection impossible, condemning him to loneliness even when surrounded by potential sources of sustenance. The relationships he had formed as Rudy Jones gradually withered and died as his transformation became apparent, leaving him with no one who could understand his situation or offer comfort that did not come at the cost of their own well-being. While the accidental transformation of a humble janitor created one form of parasitic monster in the shadows of scientific research, the competitive world of journalism was producing its own variety of obsessed individual through the corruption of professional ambition and personal resentment that could transform legitimate career disappointment into consuming hatred for those who had achieved the success that seemed forever beyond reach. John Corbin had possessed the kind of analytical mind and writing ability that should have made him a respected member of the journalistic profession. Yet his approach to the field was consistently marked by willingness to bend ethical rules and manipulate sources in ways that more principled colleagues found disturbing and professionally unacceptable. His view of journalism as a tool for personal advancement rather than public service created patterns of behavior that gradually destroyed his reputation while preventing him from developing the kind of ethical foundation that might have led to legitimate success and professional satisfaction. The scandals that marked his career were not the result of simple mistakes or occasional lapses in judgment, but represented systematic violations of journalistic ethics and professional standards that reflected fundamental character flaws rather than temporary moral failures. His willingness to fabricate stories, expose confidential sources, and betray colleagues demonstrated a complete absence of the integrity and commitment to truth that should have defined his relationship to his profession and his responsibility to the public he claimed to serve. The professional exile that followed his ethical violations was experienced not as appropriate consequence for his misconduct, but as unfair persecution by a journalism establishment that he believed was populated by less talented individuals whose success was based on political connections and institutional bias rather than genuine ability and dedication to uncovering important truths. His inability to accept responsibility for his own failures created resentment that focused on external factors rather than internal character defects that had caused his professional downfall. The arrival of Clark Kent at the Daily Planet and his rapid rise to prominence within the journalism community provided Corbin with a convenient target for resentments that had been building for years, as the newcomer's success seemed to represent everything that was wrong with a system that rewarded mediocrity while punishing those who possessed superior intelligence and investigative instincts. The recognition that Clark was achieving effortlessly what Corbin had struggled unsuccessfully to accomplish created psychological tensions that transformed professional jealousy into personal hatred. The investigation that led Corbin to suspect Clark Kent's connection to Superman was motivated partly by journalistic instincts, but primarily by desperate need to find some explanation for his rival's success that would validate his belief that his own failures were the result of external factors rather than personal inadequacy. The possibility that Clark's achievements were based on access to superhuman abilities rather than superior talent provided a framework for understanding that preserved Corbin's ego while justifying increasingly extreme measures to expose what he believed to be fundamental deception. The accident that nearly claimed Corbin's life occurred during one of his increasingly reckless attempts to gather evidence that would support his theories about Clark Kent's secret identity, as his investigation had led him to locations and situations that exceeded his capabilities, while his desperation to succeed had overridden normal safety considerations and risk assessment procedures. The radiation exposure that resulted from his carelessness was severe enough to cause fatal damage to his vital organs, while also creating the conditions that would make his subsequent transformation possible. The experimental medical procedures that saved Corbin's life were presented to him as cutting-edge treatments that would not only preserve his existence, but potentially enhance his capabilities in ways that would allow him to pursue his journalistic goals with greater effectiveness and success. The replacement of his damaged organs with cybernetic systems was described as a temporary measure that would sustain him while more conventional treatments were developed. Yet the reality was that his transformation into a cyborg represented permanent alteration of his fundamental nature and capabilities. The kryptonite power source that sustained his artificial systems was not randomly selected, but represented deliberate choice based on his obsession with Superman and his desire to possess capabilities that would allow him to confront and potentially defeat the hero who had become the symbol of everything he resented about his own failures and limitations. The radioactive mineral that powered his mechanical body filled him with constant pain and rage, while also providing him with the means to threaten the one being on Earth who seemed immune to conventional forms of attack and intimidation. The transformation from struggling journalist to criminal cyborg was completed through the gradual recognition that his enhanced capabilities and unique power source made conventional journalism irrelevant to his purposes, as the pursuit of stories and professional recognition seemed pale and insignificant compared to the possibility of using his mechanical body to achieve the kind of significance and impact that his human existence had never provided. The persona of Metallo that he adopted represented both embrace of his technological nature and rejection of his failed human identity. While the worlds of science and journalism were creating their own varieties of obsessed and transformed individuals, the competitive environments of athletics and academic achievement were producing different forms of psychological damage through the corruption of healthy rivalry into consuming jealousy that could transform natural competitive instincts into pathological hatred for those who consistently achieved superior results. Kenny Braverman had possessed exceptional athletic abilities and natural leadership qualities that made him a standout among his peers in most contexts. Yet these achievements were consistently overshadowed by one classmate whose capabilities seemed to exceed normal human limitations despite his apparent lack of special training or obvious advantages. The farm boy's consistent success in academic, athletic, and social situations appeared effortless and natural, creating the impression that he possessed gifts that were unavailable to his competitors through normal means or dedicated effort. The childhood rivalry that developed between Kenny and Clark Kent was initially characterized by healthy competition and mutual respect. Yet, Kenny's inability to accept, defeat, or acknowledge superior performance gradually transformed these encounters into sources of psychological trauma that would influence every aspect of his adult development and professional career. His exceptional abilities in most areas made his consistent losses to one individual particularly painful and confusing, as he could not understand how someone who seemed to approach competition casually could consistently surpass his most determined efforts. The cosmic irony that shaped Kenny's fate was completely unknown to him throughout his youth and early adulthood, as his birth during the passage of the rocket ship that brought the infant Kal-El to Earth had exposed him to exotic radiations that should have killed him, but instead created physiological conditions that would eventually enable his transformation into something approaching superhuman capability. The very event that had brought his greatest rival to Earth had also planted within him the potential for powers that might eventually allow him to achieve the victory that had been denied to him throughout their shared childhood. The kryptonite radiation that had affected his cellular structure during the crucial moments of his birth remained dormant throughout his youth and early adulthood, manifesting only as unusual resistance to certain forms of illness and injury that might have been attributed to superior physical conditioning rather than genuine supernatural enhancement. The full extent of his transformation became apparent only when technological augmentation provided him with the means to channel and focus the energies that had been building within his system for decades. The high-tech suit that enabled Kenny to access his enhanced capabilities was not randomly acquired, but represented the culmination of years of research and preparation focused on understanding and exploiting the unique physiological changes that had resulted from his prenatal exposure to alien radiation. The discovery of his condition and its potential applications required sophisticated medical analysis and technological development that exceeded normal civilian resources, suggesting support from organizations with advanced scientific capabilities and specific interest in creating enhanced human operatives. The weapons systems that became Conduit's trademark were specifically designed to exploit Superman's known vulnerability to kryptonite radiation, while also serving as focusing mechanisms that allowed Kenny to project the exotic energies that his transformed physiology could generate. The concentrated beams of radioactive force that he could produce represented both the fulfillment of his lifelong desire to surpass his childhood rival and the corruption of natural competitive instincts into something far more dangerous and destructive than healthy athletic competition. The discovery of Clark Kent's secret identity as Superman added personal dimensions to what had already become an obsession with proving his superiority over someone who had consistently outperformed him throughout their shared youth, as the revelation that his academic and athletic rival had been concealing alien origins and superhuman abilities transformed professional disappointment into existential crisis. The recognition that his entire life had been shaped by competition with someone whose advantages were literally out of this world created psychological trauma that could only be resolved through complete victory or mutual destruction. The technology that sustained Conduit's enhanced abilities also created dependencies and limitations that made his criminal career as much about survival as revenge, as the energy expenditure required to maintain his powers and the physical stress of channeling kryptonite radiation through his human physiology created ongoing medical needs that could only be addressed through continued access to advanced technological support and exotic materials. The tragedy that connects these three obsessed individuals transcends their individual circumstances to encompass broader questions about the relationship between personal worth and external achievement, between healthy competition and destructive jealousy, between natural human needs for significance and the terrible corruptions that can result when those needs are frustrated by circumstances beyond individual control. Each began with legitimate talents and reasonable aspirations for success and recognition, yet each allowed disappointment and resentment to transform their gifts into sources of suffering for themselves and others. In Rudy Jones's story, we see the dangers of social invisibility and the ways in which systematic exclusion from meaningful participation in society can create psychological wounds that make individuals vulnerable to any opportunity for significance, regardless of the cost to themselves or others. His transformation into Parasite represents both the fulfillment of his desire for power and importance, and the complete destruction of his capacity for normal human relationships and moral development. John Corbin's journey illustrates the corruption of professional ambition by personal inadequacy, and the ways in which career disappointments can metastasize into consuming hatred for those who achieve the success that seems forever beyond reach. His evolution into Metallo demonstrates how technological enhancement can provide physical capabilities while failing to address the psychological wounds that created the desire for such enhancement in the first place. Kenny Braverman's development into Conduit shows how childhood rivalries can be transformed by adult understanding into sources of existential crisis and pathological hatred that justify any means of achieving victory over perceived competitors. His discovery of supernatural abilities that finally allowed him to challenge Superman on equal terms came too late to heal the psychological damage that years of perceived inadequacy had already created. The ultimate lesson of these obsessed and addicted souls lies in the recognition that external achievements and enhanced capabilities cannot address internal psychological wounds or provide the kind of authentic self-worth that must be developed through moral growth and genuine human connection, rather than competitive victory or technological augmentation. Their stories serve as warnings about the seductive appeal of shortcuts to significance and the terrible isolation that results when the pursuit of power becomes disconnected from the values and relationships that give power meaning and purpose. In the vast cemetery of human ambition, where forgotten dreams lie buried beneath the accumulated weight of years and disappointment, where the echoes of what might have been mingle with the bitter reality of what actually occurred, there exist stories of souls who discovered too late that the choices they had made in life would condemn them to forms of existence that transcended the normal boundaries between the living and the dead, between memory and oblivion, between justice and revenge. These are the chronicles of the lost souls and forgotten victims, beings whose deaths should have marked the end of their stories, yet whose circumstances of demise or strength of purpose allowed them to persist in forms that challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of consciousness, mortality, and the possibility of redemption beyond the grave. Among these supernatural remnants of human tragedy, none embodies the corruption of legitimate business enterprise more completely than the man who had once been known as Cyrus Gold, a merchant whose success in 19th century Gotham was built upon a combination of shrewd commercial instincts and willingness to engage in practices that operated in the shadowy regions between legal commerce and outright criminality, yet whose involvement with increasingly dangerous criminal enterprises would ultimately lead to his violent death and subsequent resurrection as something that retained fragments of his original identity while becoming an entirely new form of existence. The Gotham City of Cyrus Gold's era was a place of extraordinary opportunity and equally extraordinary danger, where rapid industrial development and massive immigration created conditions that could elevate ambitious individuals to great wealth, while also providing countless opportunities for exploitation, corruption, and criminal enterprise. The legitimate businesses that formed the foundation of his initial success were supplemented by ventures that required moral flexibility and willingness to associate with individuals whose methods exceeded the boundaries of legal commerce, yet whose resources and connections could provide access to opportunities unavailable through conventional channels. His mercantile operations had begun with simple import and export activities that took advantage of Gotham's position as a major port city, yet the profits from these legitimate enterprises were gradually reinvested in increasingly questionable ventures that offered higher returns at the cost of greater risk to both his reputation and his personal safety. The warehouse district where he conducted much of his business was a labyrinth of legitimate commerce and criminal enterprise, where respectable merchants and dangerous criminals often found their interests aligned in ways that benefited both parties while creating webs of mutual dependency and shared culpability. The associates that Cyrus cultivated during his rise to prominence in Gotham's business community included individuals whose wealth and influence provided valuable opportunities, yet whose own involvement in illegal activities created constant dangers for those who became too closely connected with their operations. The line between business partnership and criminal conspiracy was often unclear in these relationships, as legitimate commercial agreements gradually evolved into arrangements that required participants to ignore or actively participate in activities that exceeded legal boundaries. The particular criminal enterprise that would ultimately cost Cyrus his life involved the kind of elaborate fraud and corruption that characterized much of 19th century American business, as rapid expansion and weak regulatory oversight created opportunities for schemes that could generate enormous profits while remaining technically legal, or at least difficult to prosecute successfully. His role in these operations was initially limited to providing logistical support and commercial cover for activities that he preferred not to examine too closely. Yet his growing involvement and increasing share of the profits made him a liability that could not be allowed to continue indefinitely. The business dispute that led to his murder was not simply a disagreement about profit sharing or operational control, but represented a fundamental conflict between different approaches to criminal enterprise and risk management, as some participants favored more aggressive methods, while others preferred to maintain the appearance of legitimacy even when engaging in clearly illegal activities. Cyrus's position in these debates made him a target for elimination by those who viewed his caution as weakness and his moral reservations as threats to their more ambitious schemes. The meeting at Slaughter Swamp that was ostensibly arranged to resolve their business differences was actually an execution disguised as negotiation, as his criminal partners had already decided that his continued existence posed unacceptable risks to their operations, while his death would eliminate a potential witness whose testimony could destroy their entire enterprise. The remote location that was selected for this final confrontation was chosen specifically because it would allow his body to be disposed of without discovery, while providing natural explanations for his disappearance that would discourage extensive investigation by law enforcement authorities. The death that claimed Cyrus Gold was both brutal and efficient, carried out by individuals who possessed extensive experience in violence, while also understanding the practical requirements for eliminating evidence and avoiding criminal prosecution. The burial, in the swamp that followed his murder, was intended to ensure that his body would never be found, while also providing a form of poetic justice, as the waters that had enriched him through his shipping operations would now serve as his final resting place. Yet the mystical properties of Slaughter Swamp, enhanced by decades of violent deaths and accumulated spiritual corruption, created conditions that prevented normal decomposition while allowing consciousness to persist in forms that defied scientific understanding and challenged conventional assumptions about the relationship between mind and matter. The decades that followed his burial were marked by gradual transformation that operated according to principles that existed beyond the boundaries of normal biological processes, creating something that retained fragments of his original identity while becoming fundamentally different in nature and capability. The creature that eventually emerged from the swamp possessed Gold's general physical configuration and scattered memories of his previous existence, yet was otherwise transformed beyond recognition into something that existed at the intersection of life and death, consciousness and matter, human intelligence and supernatural force. The plant matter and decaying organic material that comprised his new body should not have been capable of supporting consciousness, yet was animated by forces that enabled strength and durability far exceeding normal human limitations. The name Solomon Grundy that he adopted was derived from a children's nursery rhyme that had somehow lodged itself in his fragmentary memory, providing him with an identity that reflected his confused understanding of his own nature, while also serving as a constant reminder that his existence operated according to rules very different from those that governed normal life. The simplicity of the rhyme appealed to his limited cognitive capacity, while also providing a framework for understanding his cyclical existence through repeated death and resurrection. The immortality that defined Grundy's existence was both blessing and curse, granting him immunity from conventional forms of death, while condemning him to an eternity of confusion and isolation that his reduced intelligence could never fully comprehend or resolve. Each time his body was destroyed, the mystical forces that sustained him would eventually reconstitute his physical form, though not always with exactly the same capabilities or personality traits that had characterized his previous incarnation. While the swamplands outside Gotham were producing their own supernatural monsters through the intersection of violent death and mystical corruption, the urban environments of the modern city were creating different forms of psychological aberration through the systematic breakdown of normal family relationships and the devastating impact that parental neglect and emotional abuse could have on developing minds that lacked adequate protection and support during their most vulnerable years. Julian Gregory Day had been born into circumstances that should have provided him with the stability and affection that every child requires for healthy psychological development. Yet his family environment was characterized by broken promises and emotional abandonment that created wounds so deep they would influence every aspect of his adult behavior and criminal career. The father whose presence he craved had made countless commitments about being home for holidays and special occasions, yet consistently failed to honor these promises while offering no explanations or apologies that might have helped his son understand and cope with the repeated disappointments. The bus stop where young Julian would wait for his father's return became a symbol of hope and disappointment, a place where Christmas Eve stretched into New Year's Day, while a small boy maintained faith that the next bus would finally bring the reunion he had been promised. The police who eventually found him there were responding not to reports of criminal activity, but to concerns about a child who had been abandoned in public spaces, while his parent pursued obligations that apparently took priority over family responsibilities and paternal duty. The assignment of literal meanings to calendar dates that developed during Julian's childhood was both coping mechanism and symptom of deeper psychological damage as his mind attempted to create order and predictability from experiences that seemed random and inexplicable to his limited understanding of adult behavior and family dynamics. The emotional significance that various dates acquired in his personal mythology reflected his desperate need to believe that his suffering had meaning, while also creating frameworks for understanding that would later be perverted into justifications for violence. The mother whose love Julian sought as compensation for his father's absence was herself damaged by her own experiences with abandonment and abuse, making her incapable of providing the emotional stability and nurturing care that might have helped heal the wounds created by paternal neglect. Her rejection of his desperate attempts to gain affection and approval was experienced not merely as personal failure, but as confirmation that he was fundamentally unworthy of love from anyone, creating self-hatred that would eventually be projected outward toward others who represented the family relationships he had never been able to achieve. The rage that consumed Julian during his violent assault on his mother was not simply anger about her specific rejections, but the culmination of years of accumulated pain and disappointment that had finally overwhelmed his capacity for self-control and rational behavior. The discovery that he was holding her bloodied heart represented both the literal result of his violence and the symbolic completion of his transformation from victim to perpetrator, from someone seeking love to someone destroying the possibility of love for others. The relationship with his father that Julian eventually established was based on shared experience of violence and mutual recognition of moral corruption rather than genuine affection or family connection, as their fishing expeditions became opportunities for disposing of dismembered remains while creating twisted forms of bonding through shared criminality. The satisfaction that Julian derived from these activities reflected his desperate need for paternal approval, while also demonstrating the complete perversion of normal family relationships into frameworks for justifying and celebrating violence. The symbolic significance of various holidays in Julian's psychological development created associations between specific dates and emotional states that would later provide the organizing principles for his criminal career. As each celebration became connected with memories of disappointment, violence, or twisted satisfaction that created patterns of behavior tied to calendar cycles rather than practical considerations or strategic planning. The Thanksgiving massacre that marked Julian's most horrific crime was motivated not by random violence or simple sadism, but by his projection of his own family dysfunction onto the innocent victims whose celebration represented everything he had never been able to experience or achieve in his own relationships. The murder of the entire family while consuming portions of their holiday meal was both literal cannibalism and symbolic attempt to internalize the family connections that his own experiences had never provided. While the calendar became a framework for organizing violence and revenge, the criminal enterprises of Gotham's underworld were creating their own forms of tragedy through the corruption of legitimate business operations and the transformation of respectable family enterprises into sources of violence, exploitation that would ultimately destroy the very people they had initially been created to benefit and support. Anthony Zuko had built his criminal empire through the systematic exploitation of legitimate businesses and the transformation of normal commercial relationships into instruments of extortion and intimidation. Yet his methods were characterized more by businesslike efficiency than sadistic cruelty, as he viewed violence as a tool for achieving practical objectives rather than an end in itself or a source of personal satisfaction. The protection racket that formed the foundation of his criminal operations was presented to potential victims as a service rather than a threat, offering security and stability in exchange for regular payments while emphasizing the genuine benefits that could result from cooperation with his organization rather than the consequences that would follow from resistance or refusal to Participate. The decision to target Haley's circus represented expansion of his territorial control and revenue generation, rather than personal animosity toward the performers or administrators who had built the traveling show into a successful entertainment enterprise. Yet his inability to accept their refusal to pay protection money created a conflict that would have consequences far beyond the immediate financial considerations that had motivated his initial approach. The sabotage that killed Dick Grayson's parents was intended as a demonstration of power and a warning to other potential victims rather than an attempt to cause specific harm to the young acrobat who would be orphaned by their deaths. Yet the precision with which the trap was constructed and executed revealed both technical expertise and complete indifference to the human cost of achieving business objectives through violence and intimidation. The acid that was applied to the trapeze ropes was calculated to weaken the equipment at precisely the right moment to maximize the psychological impact on the audience, while also ensuring that the deaths would appear to be accidents rather than deliberate murders, creating plausible deniability for Zuko's organization, while demonstrating their capability for sophisticated planning and execution of violent acts. The horror that young Dick experienced as he watched his parents fall to their deaths was compounded by his recognition that their fate had been deliberately orchestrated by individuals whose motives were completely incomprehensible to his innocent understanding of human behavior and family relationships, as he could not imagine what his loving and talented parents could have done to deserve such terrible punishment from strangers they had never harmed. The unintended consequence of Zuko's crime was the creation of his own nemesis, as Dick Grayson's adoption by Bruce Wayne and subsequent training as Robin would eventually lead to the formation of the partnership that would make Batman's war on crime far more effective, while also ensuring that Zuko's organization would become a priority target for investigation and prosecution by law enforcement agencies working in cooperation with Gotham's mysterious vigilante. The pursuit and eventual capture of Anthony Zuko represented both justice for specific crimes and validation of the broader principle that criminal enterprises based on violence and intimidation contained the seeds of their own destruction, as the very methods that made them temporarily successful also created enemies and witnesses whose determination to achieve justice would ultimately overcome the fear and corruption that had initially protected criminal operations from, say, legal consequences. The tragedy that connects these lost souls and forgotten victims transcends their individual circumstances to encompass broader questions about the nature of justice and redemption, the possibility of healing from profound psychological wounds, and the relationship between personal choice and circumstantial influence in determining the trajectory of human lives, and the legacy that individuals leave behind through their actions and decisions. In Cyrus Gold's story, we see the ways in which legitimate business enterprises can be corrupted by association with criminal activities, while also demonstrating that death itself may not provide escape from the consequences of choices made during life, as his resurrection as Solomon Grundy represented both punishment for his crimes and continuation of his existence in forms that retained the capacity for both destruction and occasional heroism, depending upon the circumstances of his base. Various reincarnations. Julian Day's journey illustrates the profound impact that childhood trauma and family dysfunction can have on adult behavior, while showing how emotional wounds can create psychological frameworks that transform normal human needs for love and belonging into sources of violence and revenge against those who represent the relationships and experiences that were denied during crucial developmental periods. Anthony Zuko's criminal career demonstrates how business-like approaches to violence and exploitation can create the appearance of rational behavior, while actually representing fundamental moral corruption that inevitably leads to consequences that exceed the practical benefits that such methods might temporarily provide, as his systematic destruction of families and communities through intimidation and murder created enemies whose dedication to justice would eventually overwhelm his organizational capabilities and political protection. The ultimate lesson of these lost souls lies in the recognition that human choices have consequences that extend far beyond immediate circumstances or individual lifespans, that the wounds we inflict on others often return to wound us in ways we cannot predict or control, and that the pursuit of power and wealth through violence and exploitation ultimately creates more problems than it solves, while destroying the very foundations of trust and cooperation that make meaningful human relationships and stable communities possible in the first place. In the shadowed halls of irony, where the universe reveals its most cruel sense of humor, where the very qualities that should have made individuals the greatest protectors of humanity instead became the sources of their transformation into its most dangerous threats. There exist stories that illuminate the razor-thin line between heroism and villainy, between the desire to heal and the compulsion to harm, between the pursuit of knowledge for its own sake and the application of that knowledge in service of purposes that mock everything noble about intellectual achievement. These are the chronicles of the tragic ironies, beings whose stories serve as haunting reminders that the same characteristics that create heroes can, under different circumstances or through different choices, create the most formidable and dangerous enemies that those heroes will ever face. Among these embodiments of cosmic irony, none represents the perversion of healing into harming more completely than the figure who had once been known as Ra's al Ghul, though that name itself was adopted centuries ago, to replace whatever identity he had possessed during his original mortal existence as a physician whose genuine desire to alleviate human suffering would ultimately be transformed into a mission to eliminate the very species he had once sought to serve through the application of medical knowledge and healing arts. The desert nomad tribe, where the future Ra's al Ghul spent his earliest years, was a community that survived through the kind of cooperation and mutual support that harsh environments demanded from those who chose to make their homes in places where individual survival was impossible, and collective wisdom was the only reliable protection against the countless dangers that threatened human life in the wilderness. His fascination with the natural world and the processes that governed life and death was initially expressed through traditional healing practices that had been passed down through generations of tribal medicine men who understood the delicate balance between health and sickness, between life and death, between the forces that sustained human existence and those that threatened to destroy it. The decision to leave his tribal community and pursue formal medical education in the cities represented both intellectual ambition and humanitarian dedication, as his natural abilities and curiosity about biological processes had exceeded what traditional healing methods could satisfy, while his desire to help others had grown beyond what the limited resources of nomadic life could support. The medical schools of that ancient era were centers of learning that combined empirical observation with theoretical understanding, places where dedicated students could acquire knowledge that might enable them to save lives that traditional methods could not preserve. His marriage to Sora during his medical training was more than simply romantic attachment, but represented the kind of deep personal connection that provided meaning and purpose beyond professional achievement, as her presence in his life gave him someone whose welfare he valued above his own ambitions, while also creating the kind of stable, emotional foundation that allowed his intellectual pursuits to serve humanitarian rather than purely academic purposes. Their relationship was characterized by mutual respect and shared commitment to using medical knowledge for the benefit of others rather than personal advancement or financial gain. The discovery of the Lazarus Pit was initially viewed as a miraculous breakthrough that could revolutionize medical treatment and potentially eliminate death itself as a limitation on human potential and achievement, as the mysterious chemical properties of the natural formation seemed to offer the possibility of cellular regeneration and life extension that exceeded anything that conventional medicine could provide. His scientific mind was fascinated by the mechanisms that governed the pit's effects, while his humanitarian instincts recognized the incredible potential for alleviating human suffering that such discoveries might represent. Yet the tragic irony that would define his transformation from healer to destroyer was rooted in his first attempt to use the Lazarus Pit's power for what seemed like, obviously, beneficial purposes. As his decision to treat a dying prince was motivated by genuine desire to preserve life, while also demonstrating the medical applications of his discovery to authorities who might support further research and development of these revolutionary healing techniques. The prince whose life he saved through immersion in the Lazarus Pit was already known for sadistic cruelties and violent excesses that had made him feared and hated by those unfortunate enough to fall under his power, yet the physician who treated him was either unaware of these character flaws or believed that the miracle of restoration to health might also provide opportunity for moral regeneration and positive character development. The decision to proceed with the treatment was based purely on medical considerations and humanitarian obligation, rather than political assessment or moral judgment about the worthiness of the patient. The insanity that the Lazarus Pit induced in the prince was not merely temporary disorientation, but represented fundamental alteration of his psychological processes in ways that amplified his existing cruel tendencies while eliminating whatever restraints of conscience or social pressure had previously limited his violent impulses. The resurrection that was intended to give him new life instead created something far more dangerous than the dying tyrant he had been before treatment, transforming him into a madman whose enhanced physical capabilities were matched by complete abandonment of moral constraint. The murder of Sora that followed the prince's resurrection was not random violence, but deliberate cruelty designed to punish the physician who had unwittingly created a more dangerous version of someone who had already been a threat to innocent life, as the prince's twisted logic held the healer responsible for his own transformation, while also recognizing that the destruction of what the physician valued most would provide the most satisfying form of revenge for the indignity of having been saved by someone he considered his social inferior. The Sultan's judgment that held the physician responsible for his son's crimes was based not on careful analysis of evidence or genuine concern for justice, but on political necessity and parental inability to acknowledge the moral failures that had made the prince dangerous even before his medical treatment had enhanced his capabilities. The condemnation of the healer for trying to preserve life represented the complete inversion of justice and the abandonment of rational moral evaluation in favor of expedient scapegoating that would protect the royal family's reputation while satisfying public demand for punishment. The imprisonment that followed was designed as both punishment and humiliation, as the cage that confined him alongside Sora's corpse was intended to drive him to madness through constant exposure to the evidence of his loss, while also serving as public demonstration of the fate that awaited those who challenged royal authority or caused embarrassment to the ruling family through their well-intentioned actions. The escape that eventually freed him from this torment was accomplished through assistance from sympathetic individuals who recognized the injustice of his situation, while also understanding that his medical knowledge and his legitimate grievances against the royal family made him a potentially valuable ally in efforts to challenge the corrupt political system that had condemned an innocent healer for trying to save lives. The revenge that followed his liberation was not simply personal vengeance, but represented systematic destruction of the entire political and social structure that had made such injustice possible. As his campaign against the Sultan and his son expanded to encompass the elimination of everyone who had supported or benefited from a system that punished virtue while rewarding cruelty and corruption. The transformation from individual physician to leader of revolutionary movement was facilitated by his ability to articulate the moral principles that justified violence against those who used their power to oppress the innocent, while his knowledge of human anatomy and biological processes provided him with expertise in methods of elimination that were both efficient and symbolically appropriate for the crimes that his victims had committed against their own people. The adoption of the name Ras Al Ghul was more than simple pseudonym, but represented complete transformation of identity and purpose. As the man who had once dedicated himself to preserving individual lives, now committed himself to the purification of entire civilizations through the elimination of those elements that corrupted and weakened human societies, while preventing them from achieving their full potential for nobility and achievement. The League of Assassins that grew from his initial revolutionary activities was organized according to principles that combined his medical understanding of systemic health with his philosophical conviction that some forms of corruption were so deeply embedded in civilizations that they could only be addressed through surgical removal of infected elements, much as diseased tissue must be eliminated to preserve the health of the larger organism. While the healing arts were being perverted into instruments of civilizational surgery through the corruption of humanitarian instincts by personal tragedy and philosophical extremism, the academic discipline of psychology was producing its own variety of tragic irony through the transformation of scientific curiosity into criminal methodology, as the study of human behavior and mental processes provided insights that could be applied toward therapeutic or exploitative purposes, depending upon the moral development and character of those who possessed such specialized knowledge. Hugo Strange had begun his career with the kind of intellectual brilliance and genuine fascination with human psychology that marked him as someone destined for significant contributions to the understanding of mental illness and the development of effective therapeutic interventions. Yet his particular combination of analytical intelligence and social isolation created psychological vulnerabilities that would ultimately corrupt his scholarly pursuits while transforming his professional expertise into weapons that could be used against the very people his training should have prepared him to help. His early academic work was characterized by innovative theoretical insights and methodological innovations that advanced the field of psychology while demonstrating his potential for making discoveries that might revolutionize treatment, approaches, and improve outcomes for countless individuals suffering from various forms of mental illness and psychological dysfunction. The respect that his research earned from colleagues and the recognition that his publications received from the broader academic community provided validation for years of dedicated study, while also creating expectations for continued productivity and breakthrough discoveries. Yet beneath the surface of his professional success lay personality characteristics that made normal social relationships difficult, while creating psychological needs that his academic achievements could not fully satisfy, as his intellectual superiority and analytical approach to human behavior made it challenging for him to form genuine emotional connections with others, while his fascination with psychological manipulation gradually shifted from theoretical interest to practical experimentation. The transition from legitimate researcher to criminal mastermind was facilitated by his growing recognition that the psychological principles he studied in academic settings could be applied toward achieving personal goals and satisfying psychological needs that conventional social relationships and professional accomplishments could not address, as his understanding of human weakness and motivation provided him with tools for manipulation and control that were far more sophisticated than simple intimidation or financial incentive. His discovery of Batman's secret identity represented the perfect intersection of his intellectual capabilities with his psychological needs, as the challenge of unraveling the mystery of Gotham's vigilante provided the kind of complex puzzle that his analytical mind craved, while the potential for using such knowledge as leverage or weapon satisfied his growing desire to exercise power over others, rather than simply understanding their behavior through academic observation. The obsession that developed around Batman and Bruce Wayne was both intellectual fascination and personal vendetta, as strange as recognition that he had encountered someone whose psychological complexity and moral commitment exceeded his own theoretical understanding, created resentment toward an individual who seemed to possess qualities that his own superior intelligence should have guaranteed, while also representing the kind of challenge that his academic background had not prepared him to analyze or predict. The various schemes that he devised to exploit Batman's secret identity and psychological vulnerabilities revealed both the sophisticated nature of his understanding of human behavior and the complete absence of ethical constraints that should have governed the application of such knowledge, as his willingness to endanger innocent lives and destroy stable relationships in pursuit of personal satisfaction demonstrated how professional expertise could be corrupted when divorced from moral foundation and humanitarian purpose. While academic psychology was being perverted into criminal methodology through intellectual arrogance and social isolation, the entertainment industry was creating its own form of tragic irony through the transformation of artistic talent and creative vision into instruments of psychological warfare that used the very skills that should have brought joy and form of tragic irony, wonder, to audiences as weapons against those same people whose appreciation and support had once provided meaning and purpose to creative endeavors. Jervis Tetch had possessed the kind of artistic sensibility and technical skill that marked him as someone capable of creating genuinely innovative and entertaining experiences for audiences who craved escape from the mundane concerns of daily life through immersion in fantasy worlds that combined familiar elements with creative interpretations that revealed new possibilities for wonder and delight. His fascination with Lewis Carroll's Alice in Wonderland was more than simple literary appreciation, but represented deep psychological resonance with themes of transformation, identity, and the relationship between reality and imagination that spoke to his own experiences with social alienation and creative inspiration. The hypnotic skills that he developed were initially applied toward legitimate entertainment purposes, as his ability to create altered states of consciousness in willing participants provided the foundation for performances that combined traditional magic show elements with psychological techniques that created genuinely transformative experiences for audiences who sought more than simple tricks and illusions from their entertainment choices. Yet the social rejection and professional disappointments that marked his personal life gradually corrupted his understanding of the relationship between performer and audience, as repeated experiences with mockery and dismissal created resentment toward those who failed to appreciate his artistic vision, while also suggesting that his hypnotic abilities might be better applied toward controlling rather than entertaining those who encountered his work. The The tragic backstory that motivated his transformation from entertainer to criminal was rooted in romantic disappointment and social humiliation that had been compounded by his physical appearance and social awkwardness, as his attempt to win the affection of someone named Alice had been met with rejection that was experienced not merely as personal failure, but as fundamental invalidation of his worth as both artist and human being. The development of mind control technology that became his criminal trademark represented both the evolution of his legitimate hypnotic skills and the corruption of his artistic sensibilities, as the devices that he created to override free will and impose his vision upon unwilling subjects demonstrated technical innovation, while also representing complete abandonment of the ethical principles that should govern the relationship between creative artists and their audiences. The Wonderland theme that characterized his criminal activities was more than simple aesthetic choice, but reflected his psychological retreat into fantasy worlds, where he could exercise the kind of control and receive the kind of appreciation that reality had consistently denied him, creating elaborate scenarios where he could play the role of the Mad Hatter, while forcing others to participate in his twisted version of Carol's beloved story. While the entertainment industry was producing criminals who used artistic skills for exploitative purposes, the field of professional assassination was creating its own variety of tragic irony through individuals whose natural talents and specialized training had been developed for legitimate purposes, yet whose personal experiences with loss and betrayal had transformed them into weapons against the very principles and institutions they had originally been prepared to defend. Victor Zsasz represented perhaps the most chilling example of this transformation, as his evolution from privileged individual to serial killer was not motivated by traditional criminal goals or obvious psychological dysfunction, but by philosophical conclusions that were presented with the kind of logical consistency that made them simultaneously compelling and terrifying to those who encountered his reasoning processes. His comfortable upbringing had provided him with every advantage that inherited wealth and social position could secure, yet his personal experiences with loss and disappointment had led him to conclusions about the nature of human existence that were fundamentally at odds with the values and assumptions that governed normal social interaction and moral reasoning, creating a worldview that justified violence while presenting itself as humanitarian intervention rather than criminal behavior. The gambling addiction that led to his financial ruin was both symptom and catalyst for deeper psychological problems that had been developing throughout his adult life, as his willingness to risk everything he possessed reflected not merely poor judgment about probability and risk, but fundamental dissatisfaction with existence that made even catastrophic loss seem preferable to continued participation in what he had come to view as meaningless social and economic activities. The philosophical framework that he developed to justify his transformation into a serial killer was based on observations about human behavior and social conditions that contained enough truth to make his conclusions seem reasonable to those who lacked adequate moral foundation or psychological stability to resist his arguments, as his presentation of murder as liberation from suffering appealed to nihilistic impulses, while disguising sadistic satisfaction as compassionate intervention. The tally marks that he carved into his own flesh to commemorate each victim served multiple psychological functions beyond simple record keeping, providing him with physical reminders of his mission, while also creating a form of ritualistic behavior that transformed random violence into systematic campaign with clear goals and measurable progress toward their achievement. The tragedy that connects these embodiments of ironic transformation transcends their individual circumstances to encompass broader questions about the relationship between knowledge and wisdom, between expertise and character, between intellectual capability and moral development, that determine whether individual talents serve constructive or destructive purposes in their application to human problems and social challenges. In Ra's al Ghul's story, we see how humanitarian impulses can be corrupted by personal tragedy and philosophical extremism until the desire to heal becomes indistinguishable from the compulsion to destroy, showing that even the most noble motivations can be perverted into justifications for actions that contradict everything they originally represented when filtered through minds that have lost touch with the individual human value that should anchor all ethical reasoning. Hugo Strange's journey illustrates the dangers of intellectual arrogance, divorced from emotional connection and moral constraint, demonstrating how psychological expertise can be transformed into weapons against the very people such knowledge should serve when practitioners lose sight of the humanitarian purposes that should guide the application of insights into human behavior and mental processes. Jervis Tetch's evolution from entertainer to criminal shows how artistic talents and creative vision can be corrupted by personal disappointment and social rejection, until the desire to bring joy to others becomes the compulsion to control and exploit them, revealing that even the most benign skills can become dangerous when wielded by those who have abandoned the ethical principles that should govern the relationship between artists and their audiences. Victor Z. Sass's transformation into a philosophical killer demonstrates perhaps the most chilling form of irony, as his logical consistency and apparent humanitarian concern masks sadistic impulses while providing intellectual frameworks that can make violence seem not merely justified, but morally imperative to those who lack adequate grounding in the facting values that make life worth preserving and human relationships worth maintaining. The ultimate lesson of these tragic ironies lies in the recognition that no amount of knowledge, skill, or talent can substitute for moral development and character formation in determining whether individual capabilities serve beneficial or harmful purposes, and that the greatest gifts become the most dangerous threats when they are divorced from the wisdom and compassion that should guide their application to human problems and social challenges throughout the complex moral landscape that defines civilised existence. And so we reach the end of our journey through the shadows that came before the darkness, through the lives that might have been had different choices been made, different paths taken, different hands extended in moments of desperate need. In each of these fallen souls, we glimpse the terrible truth that Batman himself has always known, that the line between hero and villain is gossamer thin, maintained not by superiority of birth or blessing of circumstance, but by the daily choice to serve something greater than oneself, to choose hope over despair, creation over destruction, love over fear. These were not monsters born, but people broken, not demons spawned from darkness, but lights extinguished by tragedy, circumstance, and the fatal accumulation of wrong turns taken when the right path seemed too difficult to walk. In their stories lies both warning and compassion, reminding us that evil is not an inevitability, but a choice, and that even in the darkest night, there remains always the possibility of dawn. Rest now, guardian of hope, and may your dreams be filled not with the villains these souls became, but with the heroes they might yet still become, should redemption ever find its way to their wounded hearts.